following program is for adult audiences only.
Just a nameless face, every day unseen, hiding in the shadows of a world so mean. A forgotten soul, living in a world so cold. A silent scream from a story untold. In the quiet of the night, you're walking through the shadows of a world forgotten. For the unsung heroes, for the battered soul, find your way to the light. Under the city lights, you roam alone. An invisible world we've never known. As the night descends and the shadows grow long, will you find a place where you belong? In the quiet of the night, you're walking through the shadows of a world forgotten. For the unsung heroes, for the battered souls, find your way to the light. For the unsung heroes, for the battered souls, find your way to the light.
Put my head down, shuffle my feet. You'll never get the best of me. Your sticks and your stones are what I used to build a home. And I may have sleepless nights, but I enjoy the moonlight. I collided with the earth and met my maker in the eyes. I should have turned away, but I stayed. I collided with the earth and met my maker in the eyes. I should have turned to go, but I love tremble. Pitch black, I open my eyes out. I see life for the first time. Hey, you got something to say? I wouldn't listen anyway. I may have to change my name. Never know me like you say. Sometimes it almost hurts, but you're not really worth the thought. I hope you know bad situation. You seem so nice, but you ended up in ice, and I couldn't get away from you. I saw when I dodged your trap and you fell off the map. So long, gonna put my head down, 'cause there's no turning back now. 'Cause there's no turning back now. Put my head down, shuffle my feet. You'll never get the best of me. Your sticks and your stones are what I used to build a home. And
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin law.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff.
I wouldn't change anything.
I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
it's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and a tardy Kenny the Vaping Heed. And StreamerBot's working, so all your check commands are fully functional again this week. We're going to have a wonderful time today because, well, we came to the shocking realization, big surprise, tobacco is not dead. We gave a beautiful eulogy last week. Over 400 people came to our eulogy last week, and, well, turns out that tobacco is not dead. It's being promoted more than ever, but it's done on the down low. And, well, any method that you want to have to try and not smoke is being quietly suppressed or taxed into oblivion or tariffed out of existence, or the Customs and Border Force can, confiscate them at the border because they didn't pay their fair share of tariffs and taxes. And That's the whole reason that they put taxes on these things. It's not because they actually want the money. I mean, don't get me wrong, they do want the money. The government can never have enough money to spend on who knows what. That you or I do not have a say-so in where that money goes. It goes to things like the industrial war machine that's out there that's constantly looking for the next incursion to, happen so that they can supply all these weapons and vehicles and aircraft and, oh my goodness. I was shocked this week to find out that the Ukraine-Russian war is now moving past its 1,200th day. 1,200 days Russia has been invading Ukraine, and Ukraine's been fighting to keep them out of the country. The world is falling apart. It's like doomsday all over again. There's riots going on right now in Los Angeles. Protesters and police are standing off, and then people get on with their armchair quarterback positions on social media and say, hey, those immigrants are illegal. They shouldn't be there. And everybody's got an opinion. But where were these people whenever this all started to happen? So we're going to get into that conversation today into the news. The news isn't going to be just about vaping today, folks. We're going to take a look at all of the goofy, crazy things that are going on around us. Because I have this question. I'm like, well, here's a little fact for you. Let's go with that first. Cigarette smoking kills more people than the Black Death, the bubonic plague. The bubonic plague is a period in our history which is the most number of people who have died from an epidemic, a true epidemic, not this epidemic they call, youth vaping and all this other stuff. An actual epidemic, a disease that's caused by a bacteria, which is, treatable today. And 95% of the people on the planet actually have natural immunity to it, so they can't get it in the first place. But cigarette smoking kills more people, has killed more people, and will continue to kill more people than the Black Death, than bubonic plague did. We'll take a look at that today. We'll take a look at some facts today. And I'm kind of surprised that the title of today's show was actually allowed to be published on YouTube. Rumble doesn't surprise me. But Twitter, the name of the show on Twitter is actually Charlie Foxtrot Snafu. That's, military slang for clusterfuck. Situation normal, all fucked up. And that's the world that we live in today, folks. Unfortunately, people just don't care. Until it personally affects them, they really don't care. Well, except for things like the Karen Reed trial that's going on now in Massachusetts. Everybody's got a position on that. We've been watching that one since, it first started airing on Court TV. Ever since my wife found out about it on one of her podcasts. And then we had to watch the Netflix series about it. And, well, justice. You want to learn about the American justice system? Just go watch Court TV and watch the Karen Reed trial. And then you watch how this judge interjects herself almost as if she's actually part of the prosecution's team and has no problem letting the prosecution's lawyers interrupt the defense's lawyers when the defense's lawyer is speaking. In any other courtroom in the country, that person would be told not to do that again. That is inappropriate behavior for a courtroom. And if you do not follow the judge's order and you interrupt the other lawyer again, you would be found in contempt of court. And that lawyer would be fined and may end up spending a night in jail until they act appropriately for a courtroom. Last night we were watching the show and there was an expert. It was a forensic pathologist, basically the equivalent of what you would consider a coroner, right? except this is the medical examiner that actually takes and does the autopsies and tries to determine what the actual cause of death was. You know, just because you have cancer doesn't mean you will have actually died from your cancer. You may, like my father, die of a pulmonary embolism that's secondary to the cancer. That's what the job is of these forensic examiners. So last night they were doing a voir dire on this forensic examiner who's got 40 years of experience. Started back when I was in high school and has worked in like 8 or 9 states throughout the country. She was actually in charge of Rhode Island, the entire state, overseeing all the medical examiners in that state. And, well, the judge determined that she's not an expert to testify whether or not the injuries on John O'Keefe's arm could have been a result of a dog bite. I'm thinking to myself, how is this possible? Who in the country could possibly be more trained than this lady in this particular situation? And she's not the first one that's testified to this possible scenario, but I'm starting to, veer off the sidetrack here. But it just goes to show you that nothing in this country today is going the way it's supposed to. This whole situation with the tariffs on China and, tariffs on all these other countries were supposed to be a bargaining chip for us to get our fair share, to bring manufacturing jobs back to this country and to encourage corporations to do what they should have done in the first place. Not only look at the bottom dollar of how much profit they can possibly make, but do like I was taught when I was going through my bachelor's degree in business management. And one of the primary functions of any business that you may start is you are providing jobs to the local community. You're creating economic activity in the local community, and that intrinsic value should be viewed as equal to the actual profit that you will make as a business. So you need to weigh and choose appropriate decisions, because you get a politician like the one we got in there now, and he can rock your world. And then you won't be able to be in business because you really have no clue what the next thing he's going to do and how that's going to affect your bottom line and your supply chain. And just like COVID messed up the supply chain in this world, and we're still paying the price for it. None of the prices have gone back to pre-COVID era time. There's so much stuff to go on. Today is going to be a day where we're not going to be confined to strictly talking about just, how much we love the thing that empowered us to quit smoking. Not that, we're not going to talk about that. Still loving this beautiful Blaze Max. It's fantastic. But I got a new product in the pro version of it. Going to be starting a review on that this week. Flavor for days. But unfortunately, I think I've had my fill of the mango sunrise. It's just, it no longer tickles my fancy. It's still, beautiful flavor and all, but just doesn't tickle my fancy anymore. I've also got this beautiful Wotofo Next Pod Refillo. And the pods just won't die. I don't understand it. This is better than the Oxva X Slim. Sorry, I let the cat out of the bag. I haven't even recorded my final thoughts yet, but I just can't hold back on it. It's just, this has been going on for a month. Not that particular one, this one. This is a 1.2 ohm coil in it. And inside of that, we have that beautiful key lime pie that we've made up. And in this black one today, I have cherry bakewell. And the flavor just shines in it, which I can't understand how they get the flavor so good on a Canthal coil. I was always able to tell when I got a material in the coils in my tanks or the rebuildables and stuff that was Canthal, because it just had that kind of, not metallic, but it was just like an off taste until you got like a a pod worth or a tank worth of liquid through the tank. And then it was like, okay, now I just taste the juice without any kind of bending or twisting or distraction. And I got a whole bunch of other stuff. We'll deal with it later. I'll talk about it during the retro vape because I got a bunch of pod stuff with the UK disposable ban that's going on right now. That's in full force and being completely ignored by everybody. And a lot of the news agencies are making fun of it. There's all kinds of new pod mods coming out. I've got one from Hellvape. I got one from Freemax. I haven't heard from them in a year and a half. And I've got this with Tofo, Next Pod Refillo. And I just saw that Oxford's got some new thing out. I haven't heard from them about that yet, but whatever. I've got so much stuff to finish up this week. It's going to be a busy, busy week. Matter of fact, Friday, I got to go drive to Cleveland and take my mom for a mammogram. She's got to do mammogram and she says it's an echo. I think it's going to be an ultrasound. You know, routine testing for people her age. But it's going to be a busy week. We got lots of stuff going on. Wonderful to have all you guys here today. Even though Kenny's running late, didn't hear from the mate, but I mean, he's driving a bus. I can't expect him to pick up his phone and text me if he's going to be late or whatever. So we'll make do with what we have going on. And I do have a retro vape for you. Today's retro vape is a throwback to 2019. And it's the Rincoe Manto X Mesh kit. And I have two of them. I ordered two of them because the price was right. This thing was only like $40 for the complete kit, right? And I ordered it directly from China, so it was actually cheaper than that. I did it, during the whole vape apocalypse thing. And I ordered two of them from two different suppliers. And when I got them, I was scratching my head because the boxes are not the same size. There's slight variations on it. And I'm wondering, is one of them a counterfeit? Or did they just have two different suppliers boxing these things up? Like they ran out of the one size box and they got a new shipment of boxes in that was a little different sized. I have no idea. The only way we're going to find out is get both of these open and unboxed and compare them side by side. Are they the same? Are they different? And if they're different, what is different about them? And then obviously we're going to fire one of these suckers up and give it a try and see how she performs in 2025. Here we are, 6 years after this thing was released onto the market, and we're finally going to take a close look at it. Really excited to give that a try because inside of there, I'm going to fill it up with the e-liquid that we made on a random recipe last week, this coffee tobacco. I'm hoping it tastes as good in the vape as it does when we did the knuckle test last week. That's going to be awesome. And, knock on wood, StreamerBot seems to be working the way it's supposed to, so feel free to use your chat commands. And, we can make fun of Bloomberg bucks if it's appropriate. If you see something that, I need to, quickly draw my attention, feel free to, call out a red alert. Or if you see any barcodes on the screen, type !censor, and I'm going to get a beautiful sensor to cover up the screen and let me know that, oh my goodness, there's something that I should, block so that we don't get our content taken down later on. So, it's just another fun-filled day. And I've had my fair share of caffeine. I've got a beautiful not-so-adult beverage today that's going to go exactly with the theme of today's show, and maybe Kenny will join us at some point in time. Which reminds me, one of the projects that I originally planned on doing for this show that I haven't had a chance to do yet is to set it up so that you guys can actually call in and ask your questions instead of having to type them in the chat. So that is another beautiful feature I eventually plan on having for the vlog. It'll be a nice call-in show. And I'm going to have to trust that you guys are going to, speak appropriately. And if you get fired up, you get fired up. But Just gotta do it later on in the show so that, you know, maybe the bots don't even notice that you did it. Anyway, oh, it's a beautiful day. I know the weather's been crap outside. It's been raining a lot, but it's still a beautiful day. Anytime I pick up my vape, that I think to myself, how am I so lucky to have found something that empowered me to quit smoking? The flavor is just delicious. All right. Let's see, what else have I not told you guys about that to get us caught up? Oh yeah, well, my son's obviously on his way to his new duty station. He's leaving tomorrow morning. He's driving straight out there. Everybody's been telling him, listen, after 8 hours, you need to stop, spend a night overnight, you know, maybe like go visit around town or like experience some new food place or something. He's like, nah, man, I drove straight from Texas to home. There's no reason why I shouldn't drive straight from Pittsburgh to my new duty station. I'm like, okay, let me know when you get there. Got himself a new truck. It's actually a used truck, but new to him. So he's driving that the whole way out there. He's spending today cleaning out his mom's garage because he's looking for a popcorn machine that he won when he was working at the local grocery store. Gave to his sister, and his sister used it a couple times, and it got shoved in the back of the garage. So he wants to take that out to his duty station for his movie nights. He can invite all his friends over and make, you know, hot air popcorn like you get in the movie theaters. So everybody's busy. Man, I was kind of lax on my duties last week, didn't do any laundry, so I got to take a day this week and get caught up on the laundry and run the sweeper and all that, you know, man chore kind of stuff. Anyway, Neil Pitt says, I thought Watofu went by the way of the dinosaurs. I don't think they went by the way of the dinosaurs. I think that the FDA started knocking at their door saying, oh, that's not authorized for the United States. And they were like, ooh, okay, well, we're not marketing in the United States. But, you know, if it happens to go by way of another country, well, it's not my thing. I can't control what happens to our stuff after we sell it. If it goes to England and then some importer in England sends it to the States, well, you got to go after the British guy, not us. We just made the thing. We sent it to here. Here's our, you know, shipping label that, you know, we sent it to UK, and, well, we don't know where they distribute their products. It's not our thing. It's the eternal game of cat and mouse between the regulators, the judicial system, and us, the customers that actually want to buy these things. No, they didn't go by the wayside. Matter of fact, their stuff is really good. Despite the fact they also bought Smock, if I'm not mistaken. So there are some good things when companies merge together. You can have better products out there, an improvement in the way that they manufacture things. They consolidate supply chains. They move into somebody that has more experience making the coils for them so that there's more consistency between the coils that they originally manufacture for the kits when they sell them and the ones they make 2 years later that are replacement coils or replacement pods for these products. That's a wonderful thing. And they've really upped their game because, I like I said, I cannot get over how long this pod has lasted. This is a 1.2 ohm pod with a high salt nick DIY liquid. And I could have definitely quit smoking with this. It is that good. You can literally chain vape it. And the flavor's fantastic. Just now, the flavor just starting to diminish. And I have a feeling it's going to be like an alkaline battery. You know, when they switch from the old school batteries that, you know, slowly dimmed the whole time you used it until it finally just wouldn't turn on. And then when they came out with the alkaline battery technology, then it was just like, it works. And then it was just dead one day. I have a feeling that's what this is going to end up being like. They've got the coil technology that good. So I did get a WhatsApp message. I just saw pop up in the corner of my eye. It says Kenny is here. He just got home probably, so he's got to get his pooter up and running and, you know, make himself all dolled up for the show. So without further ado, I suppose we ought to just run the news bumper and let him get caught up once, you know, we get further along. Because we have passed the 31-minute mark. It's amazing how, you know, the longer you do this show, the more that you can sit here and just babble on for hours and just feel natural doing it with just me sitting in the room with two dogs that are snoring and a camera that I'm looking at. Kind of like if you were just sitting in my living room, we're just having a one-on-one conversation. So I guess no point in putting this off any further. Alrighty, time for us to take a deep dive into the news. And today, like I said, the filters are off. We're going to look at whatever is going on out there. There's a whole bunch of stuff listed in the description below if we cover anything. Once we get past this whole Google page of the search for the news, this is what it brought up. All I did was type in news, and I said, okay, what's going on? And everything that they're talking about is, well, LA protesters. We've got the LA protesters, and the police standoff is Trump doubles the National Guard deployment. I don't know if you heard, but he basically told the governor of California, I'm federalizing your National Guard, and we're going to handle this situation. And he's like, oh, no, you're going to make the situation worse. You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. And, well, and guess what? This isn't the first time this has happened. He didn't seem to have an objection when the National Guard was nationalized during COVID to enforce the lockdowns and to clear the beaches of all the beachgoers during the lockdowns. Didn't have a problem with that. Not one bit. And California didn't seem to have a problem with the last time LA residents started protesting after the court gave a ruling that the public did not like. Didn't seem to have a problem with that. But all of a sudden now, because Trump is the president, well, all of a sudden now, their derangement syndrome is all up in arms saying, oh, this is fascism. You can't nationalize federalize the National Guard. That's the governor's job to control the National Guard. They're just upset because they're like, National Guard's going to be the primary ones that are out there. But he put the Marines, who just, coincidentally are stationed just south of Los Angeles. There's a whole bunch of military personnel down there to be on ready alert in case things get really bad. But, I mean, this is nothing new. And I have the same question I always do. How much is this being blown out of proportion by the mainstream media? because this is exciting news for them because they have something to talk about. They get to show violence. As long as you show violence and blood and gore on TV, everybody's tuned in. Like, oh, wow. It's kind of like the reason why people say NASCAR is so popular. They don't like to sit there and watch race cars driving in a circle for hours upon hours. People go there to watch the crashes. Well, blood and guts. George Carlin would be all over this. He'd be like, dude, man, let's be real. Why are we bullshitting ourselves? People love blood and guts. That's why you got so much rubbernecking and why you get so many secondary accidents on highways. You get one accident, the bumper, oh, you didn't pay attention because you looked down to a text message and you hit the rear end of another car, so you guys got to pull off to the side of the road. And everybody that's passing that from this point forward for the next 2 hours is going to be like, oh, what happened over there? How bad is the damage? Is there any blood and guts? Anybody hanging out the window? Oh, no, nothing. But some schmuck's going to hit their brakes at the last minute because he didn't realize there was a crash there because he was too busy, changing the radio station. And, well, he's going to slam on his brakes when he tries to rubberneck, and the guy's going to hit him, and there'll be another accident taking place there. Hey.
Hi.
Let me unmute you.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. They probably heard you before I did.
Hello.
Hello.
I was in. I was just getting shit sorted out because traffic, as per usual, is rather crap up here.
Aww.
Oh, it's ridiculous, man. Absolutely crazy.
I'm sure the traffic there is better than it is in Los Angeles.
Oh, I don't know. They're probably on an even keel, bumper to bumper. A 20-minute journey just took us an hour and a half.
Look at that, dude.
Whoa, riots.
It's blown up like crazy.
Yeah.
It was funny. Last night I was watching, they had 5 or 6 police cars that were being stoned from a bridge over top of it. And the police literally abandoned the vehicles so that they could go and call for backup. And then the backup showed up with their SWAT trucks, their armored trucks, and tried to quiet the rioters, which just angered the rioters even more. And now you've got people that are looting the streets. You've got firebombs going off. I mean, and this ain't the first time this has happened.
Nah. What was that one? It was 1 year ago, wasn't it, when it showed you when the video, when the footage showed them pulling the truck driver out and assaulting the shit out of him.
News just
Pulled
in.
him out of his truck and he's being
According
cut
to
out.
Neil Pitts, Kenny, he's our man, he can't do it no on Ken. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Hope my microphone isn't too loud. There was some problem with the Wave XLR with the software. And all of my plugins were completely disabled and they wouldn't work. And then it was something in here. It turns out that the Waves Studioverse plugin is now mandated. You can't use the version 14. You have to use the version 15 or something. I don't know what the whole reason is, but needless to say, it caused all kinds of problems. And I was like, it was just my raw microphone with a universal audio plugin. That was it. And so I had to go in there and uninstall it, reinstall it, did the update on it. I had to, it crashed the thing. So then I had to delete the thing, but it wouldn't let me delete it. It crashed it again. So then I added the new version of the studio, which is you could load 6 plugins into one plugin.
Yeah.
And soon as I added that into there, then it let me delete the original version, and then it did an update, but it's still not updated to the latest version. It went from 0.4 to 0.5. The latest version, 0.6, if you update to that, it just won't load at all. Don't know why.
No.
I've saved the settings and completely uninstalled everything, just installed the latest one that's available from Elgato's website, and it does the same thing with no settings, nothing set up, just raw from the factory, will not run.
Okay, now.
Don't know what the problem is.
Well, I've noticed fucking now DaVinci Resolve released the final 20 version. It's fucked. All my DCTLs keep crashing now since they've done that.
Oh,
Everything's crashing.
mine's working
crashing all the
perfect.
time. All my DCTLs
What driver
I've
do you have?
downloaded.
What driver are you
Yeah.
using?
My card and everything's fine. It edits and everything, but as soon as I put a DCTL in, crashes. So I've got to fucking reinstall them
You have
all.
to file a trouble report with them.
Bullshit, you know what I mean? I
Always
enjoy
something
me
changing, dude.
DCTL.
It is
We
so
can't
tough to
even know
keep
the
up with all
payment.
this stuff.
Too much EI,
Especially-
mate. Too much EI.
That's exactly the problem. The problem is that they're automatically changing stuff in the background. Like I didn't do any updates to it at all. When we did the show last week with my son, everything sounded fine. Everything was working. I didn't do any updates to it whatsoever. I was doing a recording for this Watofo thing, the next pod refillo, adding some more little snippets into there, things that I didn't talk about on the initial review. And I went to listen to it and I'm like, well, what's wrong with my microphone?
I know.
It's not processed. The dynamic
Oh, no.
range is like massive and it just like sounds dull and lackluster. And I'm like, what is going on here? And here I come to find out that the 2 Waves plugins were disabled and I didn't disable them. How did they get disabled? So I enabled them and they wouldn't work. And then it was just, I spent a whole day trying to sort that out, get it working again.
Windows does that annoying now, but it doesn't like a fucking plug-in or something. Go, you're not running. Just shuts it down.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah,
shit
because
for doing
there
that.
was something else I updated to the latest version. Oh, my Canon software, the one in the corner, you know how it keeps cutting out?
Yeah.
It was the Canon software that runs in the background because that's an original M50. These are the Mark IIs, this one and the other one. The Mark IIs do not have like a power feature where they like, you know, go into battery saver mode or whatever. You can disable that. In the Mark I, you cannot disable it. But if you have a USB cable plugged into it so that you can remotely control like the lens and the different settings inside it, then it doesn't power down because it also doesn't let you see the screen that's on the back of it. It only lets a single HDMI out, which has been fine. It's worked this whole time that we've been doing this show, all 4 years of it. And now all of a sudden it quit working.
Weird.
So I had to go to Canon's website and download the latest version of the Canon utility. And then all of a sudden now it's working again. That's Windows forcing everybody else to change their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Frustrating.
Wow. Crazy, man. Absolutely nuts.
But the audience isn't here for that. So let's move on to the brutal reality of today. And there's this massive uprising in the UK. It's not just, you know, disposable vapes that everybody's crying about and ignoring and, you know, they passed the ban. And you sent me that video of the British press
Nobody
going
cares.
around checking the lovely high street shops. All the Indian people going over there, and they're like, I want to buy one of them. How much is that? £5, $4.99? I'll take one of them. Isn't this banned? And then you got a couple of them that say, yeah, they are, but we need to get rid of them. So what do you want us to do?
Exactly.
And then they had the cold conversation about it. It's like, well, what's the point? I mean, number one, the police have more important things to, you know, go out and arrest people for, like, you know, you posting things on social media that might be defamatory to certain people, but, you know, we got to put them people in jail before we worry about the vapes on High Street. What's the point? It's a, what, a 200-pound fine if you get caught selling them? You'll make more than that in one day.
Exactly. They're not
7
ours,
days
you know
a
what I
week.
mean?
Then you got Keir Starmer out here. The Tories left us with a 22 billion pound black hole. My government has fixed the foundations of our economy. We now have the highest growth in the G7, 4 interest rate cuts, and we have signed 3 trade deals to protect jobs and put more money in your pockets. The economy is improving, and I want you to feel that in your day-to-day lives, that is why we are expanding eligibility for the winter fuel allowance.
Oh, so he's a cunt. Now why? He's done a deal with Europe, right? And he's getting like the European court. He's letting Europe back into the UK, right? He's gone through the European court, and they're talking about trying to prosecute him for the way he's done it. Bit of fucking backhanding and all that. So we don't want no more European court. The European court's got fuck all to do with this, but he's trying to give them power in the UK. He's an arsehole. He's pro-European, man. One could be in there.
It's no different than what Trump is doing.
He's a dick.
Trump is sitting here and imposing all these tariffs on all these countries, right? And it's supposed to be, twist their arm to get them to renegotiate the trade deal so that we can level out the trade imbalances that currently exist. But he has caused so much animosity that, like, the computer corporations, the people that make the PC cases, have so much uncertainty that they cannot continue forward with reasonable expectations of making a profit because they don't know what the tariffs are going to be on the day that they actually import the metals to put the cases together. Even if they're fully put together and assembled in the United States, the raw materials are subject to all kinds of different tariffs that they don't know and is constantly changing. So they're like, our profit margin on a case that would cost you about 60 quid is only about £5.
Yeah.
So how are we supposed to design and create a new PC case and get the thing put together and put available for sale, which takes us about a year before we actually can sell our first one off? We have no idea what the tariffs are going to be in a year. So we have no idea what the price our PC case has. And that also confuses us when we go and buy a lot of the parts that go to make these things. Like we normally would make, like, let's say $5,000 for this particular model PC case. And that's based upon what the parts cost when you only buy 5,000.
Yeah.
If we get a better price that's, juicy enough with the profit, maybe we'll make 10,000 of them. Because our cost will be cut in half and we'll still be able to sell them at a reasonable profit.
It's horse shit, man. It's absolute fucking bullshit. The whole world's going to fucking kick off, man.
In total chaos, and everybody's just like, unless it personally affects them, they don't care. Trump said he was going to make the economy so much better for us in our personal pocketbooks. He says there's going to be no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, and that was all supposed to be in the big, beautiful bill. When the big, beautiful bill came out of the House, it came out to be a big, beautiful turd of shit.
Yeah.
And there's no tax on cash tips. But credit card tips that your employer collects, that's still going to be taxed. And the whole argument is well, we dropped the tips on cash tips because, well, technically, how are you going to find out how much cash tips somebody got? You're relying on the employee turning themselves in at the end of the day going, yeah, I got, 30 quid of cash tips today. Okay, well, give me 7 of them so I can send it to the federal government for your taxes.
No, there's no paper. This is why they want everybody to use credit cards, bank cards, all that, because it's a paper trail. With cash, there's no paper trail. I can't fucking say what you're doing.
And that's exactly what I do. When I get a DoorDash order, how much are you giving this person a tip? 0. Mm-hmm. Because when I open my door, I hand them a $5 and say thank you.
Yeah.
Because I know what it's like to survive on tips. These guys are getting paid minimum wage, and when they get a tip, that is more than they actually make in an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way it's profitable for, them is because people do that. When you put the tip on your card, they don't see that whole tip. Even if the employer lets the employee keep that tip without taking a cut themselves, they have to take out federal, state, and local taxes out of that because that's part of their income. And these are the people that are barely surviving day to day, week to week, paycheck to paycheck, barely able to make their ends meet, and cost of utilities are supposed to come down. Where's that happen? Every single month, my electric bill's gone up.
Oh, it's ridiculous over here. Everybody's kept, it was on the news before. I think Farage was doing some kind of speech at a rally. Says we are the most expensive country on the planet. Not the Europe, on the planet for energy per household. How the fuck does that work?
The Pennsylvania Utility Commission just authorized First Energy for another price increase. I'm like, what the hell? Not only did they increase the actual generation price that they do as part of an auction deal, but they also increased the recompensation of the transmission cost. Regardless of who your supplier is, they still get to charge you a transmission cost, which is actually more than the cost of the electricity that you actually use. For the high tension lines that have been there our entire lives and haven't been replaced in the electrical grid.
But how has it gone up like, 3-fold, 4-fold, 5-fold? You're still getting it from the same fucking place, you know what I mean? It's ridiculous, man.
When I bought this house, my monthly utility cost for electricity was $80 a month. My last bill was over $300. When we bought the house, every single light in the house was either incandescent or halogen.
Yeah.
60, 100-watt light bulbs, 75-watt light bulbs, 150-watt floodlights outside the house. Now everything is essentially a 10-watt LED bulb. But the cost is triple, more than triple, quadruple, 5 times. Now we're up to 5.5 times what it did when I first bought the house.
I mean, normally we don't use the big lights. We just use table lamps, which are, again, LED bulbs. Crazy. When we first moved in here, our electric bill was about, we've got a combined dual fuel, that's your gas and electric. It was about £100, £110 a month. Now we're paying £450 a month. It's nuts.
It is nuts. It isn't just, wintertime when you have the energy subsidy that's needed. It's now summertime as well. Just to keep the house from getting to the point where you're sweating all day, you got to run the air conditioner. That costs money. And it actually costs more money than it does to heat the house in the winter.
I bet. Oh, man. Oh.
So this lovely post by Keir Starmer, just like, any post that Trump puts out there, there's community notes. Everybody wants to jump on board and throw their 2 cents in and demanding there be a community note. So, this is the link that I was supposed to read and verify and then vote on the community note whether it was needed or not. Is there actually a 22 billion pound black hole in the UK's public finances?
Right, it's worse.
Well, at the budget, Chancellor Rachel Reeves once again blamed the Conservatives for leaving that 22 billion pound black hole, but the Treasury actually says it's only $9.5 billion black hole.
Exactly. Oh, shit, man.
She said that the 22 billion pound hole came from 9.5 billion in spending plans, 7 billion before the March budget, and a further 6.5 billion between March and the end of July, including public sector pay awards made by labor. So what did they do? Increase
when all the junior doctors are on strike, they give them a pay rise straight away to get them back to work, stop them striking. But now they're starting to come out again, saying it's still not enough. So it's just pissed in the wind, really.
Well, it's not enough because the cost of living has gone up so much that they didn't get enough to even make what they were making before.
Mm-hmm.
But how about all the people that aren't working for the government?
Everybody's
Or trying to run their own business.
Yeah.
How are they surviving?
Exactly.
They have nobody to go to and says, I need a pay raise. Because as a business, if you raise your prices, guess what? People buy less because they can't afford your prices. And then obviously the big companies like Amazon win because, they're hardly fazed by any of this.
Oh, no.
They buy so many things and import so many things and, can use the loopholes to send their shipment instead of coming directly into the country, send it to Canada and then move it across the border, or send it to Mexico and move it across the border, or send it, like we talked about with vapes, sending it to the UK and then send it to the States because there's only a 10% or a 10% tariff that way.
There's loopholes everywhere, man. Nuts.
So you missed the beginning of the show where I was talking about how this is actually a clusterfuck snafu. Charlie Foxtrot, situation normal, all fucked up situation. Tobacco isn't actually dead. We talked about last week. We had the tobacco eulogy. And, well, no surprise, tobacco's not actually dead. But cigarette smoking and combustible tobacco in the United States kills more people than the Black Death has and will continue to do so. Because the Black Death, a.k.a. bubonic plague, was a devastating pandemic that ravaged Europe and Asia in the mid-1300s, killing an estimated 25 to 50 million people. Right? So you do a little bit of math and go, oh, well, that was 7 years. In 7 years, it killed 50 million people. But cigarette smoking kills 8 million people a year. What is 8 times 7? 56? So it kills 6 million more people per year than the Black Death. And the Black Death was over in 7 years for all intents and purposes. I mean, bubonic plague is still something that, some people come down with today, but it's treatable. You can, IV antibiotics and call it a day. But cigarette smoking continues to kill more people than the Black Death.
There was another one as well. Was it the Spanish flu or something? That was a massive one. It hit Europe as well. That killed quite a few people and all, didn't it? It was the COVID of the 12th century. See, nature has a reset every 100 years, mate. Sends out a disease and a virus, gets rid of some of the population, and then it carries on again. Except only the last one was man-made.
So that's what today's show is kind of, is kind of the focus on today is the fact that, the Black Death killed less people than smoking combustible tobacco does and has and will continue to for the foreseeable future.
Of course.
I think we should declare a mistrial and try to explain why these laws are backwards and how they can ethically continue to push the misinformation. Society constantly ignores facts. People are too worried about their own situation to worry about what the hell the government's doing. If it doesn't affect them, they don't care.
It was like I say, it was like that video that I sent you, right? It was all hunky-dory, all fine. He went out the streets, done all thing, and then he had his stupid fucking studio guests. Did you hear the shit that came out there? That's when I blew me stack. This shit. I said, why do you get people on as alleged experts who are totally uneducated on the subject? They've got no idea what they're talking about. And you're like, why do you get these people on? Get somebody that knows what they're talking about. You know what I mean? They're just the same minions as everybody else. They think it's all so bad and evil and horrible. So what's the point in having them there?
And they keep touting the same misinformation.
Yeah.
Oh, all these disposables are attractive to kids. What? What are you even talking about?
Yeah.
Do you even know what a disposable is? And how is a disposable any different than a pod mod system? The packages
None
look the same.
whatsoever.
When he walked into the
Exactly.
store and asked for a disposable, he was like, that Lost Mary one there, is that a disposable? Well, no, that one's a pod mod. That one's had a refillable pod.
Aye.
Oh, so that's not
Same
disposable?
box, though.
Oh, well, yeah, the pod's
Right.
refillable, but the battery's disposable once it, used it and it won't charge anymore.
Yeah.
Everything's technically disposable when it quits working.
Yeah, because when, especially like when your battery does get exhausted, so what are you going to do with it then? Keep it? Nope. Throw it. It won't last forever.
My old cell phone. What am I supposed to do with this?
Sell it.
Nobody wants it because all the cell phone companies are giving you the latest, greatest Pixel 9 Pro that's a more piece of shit than this Motorola was. There was no trade-in for it. You got the new phone for free, and you got to keep your old one. So, I mean, I guess you can use it to watch Netflix and stuff like that, and I could use it to record some, B-roll videos with it, but
We've got like companies in the
eventually that's
UK
going to
that
die.
buy
What do I do
all-
with it when it dies?
Yeah, we've got companies in the UK that buy old electrical gear. They actually purchase. It's not brilliant money, but it's it's better than throwing it away. They'll give you something for it, and then they
Oh,
dispose
they'll give you
of it.
£5 for it if you take it to one of the machines. I already looked into it.
Yeah. Well, we recycle it. No,
tenner.
you won't. They fix it and they sell it. They say they recycle them, but all they do is refurbish them and sell them again.
Yeah, they say that they recycle them for parts and for the batteries to recycle the lithium, but like you said, they ship them to a third world country and sell it as brand new.
Yeah. Ooh. There you are. Jake Scrapwood. He's got his Pixel 9 Pro phone. He uses his old phone as his webcam. Yeah, I suppose there's another camera for you, mate. Another one.
Yeah. And I could use it as a remote camera because there is an app you can install on there and connect it into OBS as a video source.
I know what you could do. The next time you got a storm, use your phone to film the storm. You can still keep everything going. There you go.
Yeah. But I mean, the point is there's so much disposable products out there that we don't even question. Think about the fact that kids' toys, what are they made of? The majority of kids' toys are a plastic wasteland.
Yeah.
And you know how quick your kids outgrow shit, right? They had to have it. It was the latest, greatest thing. They had to have it for Christmas. By March, are they still playing with that same toy? Or did they break it and it's like going to the bin?
Very unlikely.
But nobody blinks an eye to how much plastic waste children's toys contribute to the environment. But they do like to make a big stink about the disposable vape being a problem. Meanwhile, we talk about this and look at it things from a logical perspective, and we get treated like lepers. For those of you that don't know, it's somebody who had leprosy, and because it is a disconfiguring disease where you get warts and stuff, that's why you're a social outcast, because people don't want to be around you because they're afraid of getting it.
Yep. Shocking.
Meanwhile, 95% of the people in the world are completely immune to leprosy and or Hansen's disease, and they couldn't get it even if they were exposed to somebody that had it. Thought that was ironic.
Well, you've educated us. Yeah, I thought it was a very highly infectious disease, but there you go.
It is for certain people.
Ah. Now, my look, I'll get the fucker.
So we get treated like, somebody that's got leprosy, and our harm reduction logical arguments and scientifically backed studies are completely ignored. Meanwhile,
have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly?
Meanwhile, once again, we're going to revisit our lovely Connie Ramos, the smoking YouTuber.
Oh, no.
Right? The smoking YouTuber has released this. Maybe this is the problem. Maybe this is what we need to put on our thing. We don't have this disclaimer. We do not encourage or condone the usage of tobacco or any tobacco products. Maybe we need to put that disclaimer on all of our videos.
Yeah,
so YouTube will
we do
stop
not condone it.
shadow banning us. But here her video is literally how to smoke a cigarette according to WikiHow.
How's she getting away with that then?
She has 148,000 subscribers. This instructional video on how to properly smoke a cigarette has over 500,000 views. 646,000 views in the last 2 years.
Oh, fuck's names to get away with that?
Because YouTube does not prohibit people that actually use combustible tobacco that kills you. But if you want to talk about something that doesn't kill you, that's shadow banned. You can fuck right off. But we're not going to tell you can fuck right off because, well, that technically, violates your constitutional right to free speech. And if you made a big stink about it and you got people that got behind you, well, then that would make our company look bad, and then our advertisers wouldn't want to advertise on our platform. But because our advertisers are Big Tobacco and Big Pharma, well, then we need to protect the revenue and sales of Big Tobacco and Big Pharma by preventing people from telling you how not to get sick.
I'm just baffled how they get away with it. I really am. Absolutely baffled.
Am I wrong? I mean, is there some other reasonable explanation for why she can have almost 700,000 views on how to smoke a cigarette, but we talk about anything regarding vaping or a product review or anything, we're lucky that our own followers actually go to watch it. Because, like, the latest video I uploaded about the disposable that I completely tore apart to verify that it can do 50,000 puffs has, like, 80 views on it. And it's kind of ironic because a bunch of the times I go to look at it and the numbers change. At one point, I had over 100 views on it, but now it's down to below 80.
It doesn't even look like it's age gate or anything or nothing. It's just a normal for anybody to watch.
Meanwhile, I went to go watch one of my own videos on my phone because somebody asked a question as a comment and I wanted to look it up and see what I actually talked about on that video because it had been so long. So I went to go watch my own video, and I got a pop-up message that said, this may be inappropriate for some viewers. Do you wish to view this content?
What?
It's my own fucking video. Why am I getting a pop-up? Well, what are the people that go to this video from an external link getting when they go to view it? The same message? Scaring them away? I bet you she doesn't get a pop-up that says this might be inappropriate for you to watch.
Jesus.
She literally identifies as a smoking YouTuber. Watch any of her videos when she's sitting in her car, taking her smoke break. That's what she identifies as. Every day she's got a different brand of cigarette that she tries or some new thing. She's got a video about IQOS, that heat not burn thing we did. Same situation.
Oh, yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of views. But look at the latest Grim Green video. Does he get hundreds of thousands of views on his videos? Any of them?
Yeah, we're all fucking under the thumb now, mate.
And this is another video that I got suggested to me this week because, I was doing the IQOS. Well, this guy was one of the ones that first talked about IQOS because he takes, I guess he must be married to a Japanese woman, and they go on holiday to Japan around Christmas, and he came home with a IQOS from Japan years ago, right? So here I get suggested to go and watch this. It was another one of his videos that he did. I went to a tobacco museum in Tokyo, Japan. $78,000 views.
Tobacco and Salt Museum. Jesus. Wow.
Maybe it's because he puts this message on for the first 5 seconds of the video. It says, I do not encourage or condone any products, actions, or behaviors shown in this video.
Well, plus he's sucking up YouTube's arse there. Please adhere to YouTube's selected guidelines before viewing this content of this video. Is that what you want to do now? Sit and grovel to them before you put any content up?
Maybe.
Holy moly.
I don't know.
Holy moly. Getting worse.
There you go. Darren D hits the nail on the head. Because YouTube has a smoking fetish, but hates vapors.
Probably right there, mate. Too right, are you? Jesus Christ, man. Getting worse.
One of the reasons why the Black Plague is not as widespread and eventually came to a halt is because people who survived it passed immunity down to the new generations.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Natural immunity. We heard about that during the COVID times, and they were like, no, you can't do that.
Watch it.
So anyway, it's not all bad news and stuff. There is something good that came out. Another thing added to my to-do list.
Ooh. What's that?
A new book. Dr. Mark Tyndall, Vaping, Behind the Smoke and Fears. Pretty cool.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wrong one. So I caught wind of this, and as soon as I saw it, I'm like, oh, let me get on Amazon, see if I can get this thing. Bought the thing. It was here actually the next day. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. Got my, little bookmark in there because I haven't even read the last one that I bought. The last one was The Rediscovery of Tobacco by Jacob Greer.
Oh.
So, Smoking, Vaping, and the Creative Destruction of the Cigarette by Jacob Greer. On my to-do list, and if you haven't seen this book, there's a link for it in the description below. Feel free to download the PDF. You can read it for free now. You don't have to buy the book. Dr. Colin Mendelssohn's Stop Smoking, Start Vaping. If I broke my leg, mate, I'm going to be set. Well, plenty to keep me busy until it heals.
Yeah,
I did want to give this a little bit of coverage today because, this guy comes at this from a typical drug perspective where you have drug harm reduction, things like needle exchanges and methadone clinics and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the simple ideology of, oh my God, prohibition doesn't work. The only reason why people are dying so much now is because there's no safe supply. If they could just simply go to somewhere to get a safe supply of it, most of these people won't die. They might still overdose, but at least they won't be dead because they thought that they were taking a half a snort of cocaine and actually snorted fentanyl and got to the point where no amount of Narcan is going to bring them back to life. So just a little quick tidbit here. In his provocative essay, they're calling his book an essay. It is kind of small compared to some of the other books I've read. Vaping, Behind the Smoke and Fears, Dr. Mark Tyndall dismantles myths, challenges dogmas, and offers a passionate and rigorously documented defense of harm reduction as a means to reshape the fight against smoking. More than a book, it is an invitation to shed ancestral fears and embrace a new public health paradigm, one where evidence prevails over stigma and compassion triumphs over condemnation. That's how you're going to win the drug war. Not by policing the shit out of it. Not by taking over other governments' elected leaders in coup d'etats run by the CIA. It's by creating a safe supply and treating it as a health problem.
It's pretty cheap in the UK. Only $15.99 in the UK, boys and girls.
Well, let's go
you
to
can
his
get a
website. He was asking
You can go-
me.
You can get the Kindle edition for £5.92 if you want it on Kindle.
So Dr. Mark Tyndall is a MD. He's a professor of medicine, School of Population and Public Health at the University of British Columbia. He's worked with HIV treatment and, drug treatment, harm reduction for other drugs. Epidemiology of HIV and hepatitis C.
He's definitely a well-educated chaplain.
With lots of experience. So, link in the description below if you're interested in this. I'm not going to, go too deep into it. I just wanted to give you an intro into it if you're interested in the subject. Look it up and give you something to do in your off time, if you have off time.
Cool.
Most of us don't nowadays. Sign into Substack. No. I've been doxxed enough on this show. All right, so we took a look at that. Now we're going to get on to our lovely situation we have burgeoning in the United States, compliments of Donald J. Trump and his outlandish, continuously evolving tariff situation. Which, by the way, I haven't seen any updates. He was supposed to meet with China yesterday in the UK. One article I read said he was meeting, the Chinese delegates are meeting with the United States in the UK to try and narrow down the situation. But the U.S. faces a vape shortage as China tariffs and seizures hit Geek Bar.
Wow.
What, the local corner shops aren't going to be selling Geek Bars? Because they can't get them? Well, Reuters in London says the popular vape brands like Geek Bar may get more expensive in the United States if you can find them at all. Shipments of vapes from China to the U.S. ground to a near halt in May from a year ago. Official data shows, hit by President Trump's tariffs and a crackdown on unauthorized e-cigarettes in the world's biggest market for smoking alternatives. That includes the Geek Bar, brand of flavored vapes that is not authorized to be sold in the United States, but which had been widely available due to porous import controls. Such a creative verbiage.
Porous.
They're saying the Customs and Border Patrol is the equivalent of a sieve to stop water. Well, one retailer who asked not to be named because of their business selling unauthorized vapes told Reuters that one of the store's vape suppliers normally receives 100 boxes of Geek Bar per week, but is now just getting 10 of them. Another supplier imposed unprecedented purchase limits. There were a lot of supply chain issues during COVID-19, the person said, but I've never seen it this bad. Trump's decision to impose steep tariffs on China, now at 30% after peaking at 145% in April, as well as blockbuster seizures of unauthorized vapes, has constrained the supply of Chinese-owned vape brands and Geek Bar in particular, according to 5 industry sources and notices from Geek Bar wholesalers reviewed by Reuters.
Wow. That kind of makes sense.
So,
gotta
in the UK, you could buy them for $1 a box because, they were trying to clearance them before the ban went into effect. Here in the States, there's a shortage coming if you don't already see it. Don't worry, it'll be here soon. We don't know what the actual lag in the supply chain is for these products. How many warehouses are full right now? We don't know. And we'll never know because it's a black market product. Because the FDA said, nope, you're not made by big tobacco. You can't have a PMTA. Well, here's a beautiful piece of information for you. You know how much we've been talking about lately about extra sweet because it's made with neotame and how I've been subbing it out for super sweet left and right and all of our stuff? Would you be surprised that neotame was detected in 57 of 73 vaping products tested?
Oh, wow.
Very informative article, despite the fact that the New York Post is like worse than your typical tabloid magazine, right? They're going to put all the propaganda information on there, how, this extra super sweet is 13,000 times sweeter than sugar, is now in all flavored e-cigarettes to attract the youth. That's the only reason they put it in there. Has nothing to do with the fact that it's way cheaper to use that than it is super sweet. Nothing. It's only because of the kids. They want to address the kid's sweet tooth. That's the only reason it's in there. Bullshit. But they talk about NutraSweet, also known as neotame, and the current regulations and how it's not allowed and how these are black market products. And it doesn't matter because it's 65 times sweeter than aspartame. The recipe has been reformulated for neotame instead of sucralose. And OBS is disconnecting and reconnecting.
Neil Pitts just said they're also using more sugar-free foods and drinks anyway. And they use the same shit.
And that's why they're putting them in a sugar-free foods and drinks, is because it's way cheaper. If you have something that's 13,000 times sweeter than sugar, and you were using something that was 600 times sweeter than sugar, well, wouldn't it tell you that you would need to use much, much less of this product to get the same flavor that you got out of the other one?
Exactly.
And from a human health perspective, if you use less of it, there's less chance of it causing something bad to happen in your body. Let's say over the course of your lifetime, you're going to consume, let's say, 100 grams of super sweet in your e-liquid, right? Because we know that we don't stick with the same brand and bottle of e-liquid for our entire life. We're going to switch them all up. But they all have sweetener in them for the most part, to some varying degree. So let's say that over the course of your lifetime, you're going to have 100 grams of super sweet. Well, if your supplier no longer uses super sweet and uses neotame, they're only going to use like a maximum consumption in your lifetime of, 15, 20 grams instead of 100? So common sense would tell you, without knowing anything about cellular biology or pathophysiology or any of that other stuff, common sense would tell you, well, if I'm only consuming 20 grams, it's got to be healthier or better for me, or at least as safe as if I were to consume 100 grams of a different sweetener.
Totally agree.
No. We can't talk about the benefits of swapping to the latest, greatest artificial sweetener. We need to make it look bad and get your focus on protecting the children.
You'll get a strike, me. You'll get a ban.
Won't be the first time. Perceptions of the dangers of vaping vary among college students.
What?
From 2012 to 2021, the use of e-cigarettes by adults in the United States increased from 2.2% to 4.5% during the same time frame. Yep.
Wow.
Neotame is 7,000 to 13,000 times sweeter than sugar. And 15 times sweeter than sucralose. Yes.
Holy moly. Ooh.
That's a good thing, don't you think? That vaping is increased in adults in the United States? More than doubled,
Definitely.
right? That means there's less people smoking.
Exactly.
Well, during the same time frame, there was a stark increase in the young adults, 18 to 24. Correct me if I'm wrong, but at 18, aren't you an adult in the United States?
I think so. You're pretty much an adult anyway, really, aren't you?
Well, it's gone up from 2.4% to 11%, and we want you to know that that's bad. The University of Alabama at Birmingham wants you to know that that's bad. Why? Why don't you look at the fact that none of them are smoking anymore? Why aren't you excited? 11% of them are using electronic cigarette, which is much better for their health than if they were smoking cigarettes. And you're not excited and not even talking about how they're not smoking anymore. Smoking is dead. Vaping's the future. And the future happened over a decade ago. And you're still not happy about it.
That's so true.
It doesn't make any sense, man.
Doesn't it? Just like you see, you're just banging your head up a fucking brick wall.
Protect the kids, even when they're not kids anymore.
Exactly.
No.
18-year-old, you're a young adult.
Well, in Texas, we keep bringing back this whole situation in Texas because I keep catching little snippets of it because they keep changing the law. They keep backtracking. Texas relaxes punishment on student vaping, cracks down on other behaviors instead. Schools will now be able to handle students who bring e-cigarette devices to campus on a case-by-case basis. They're no longer required to take the kid that was busted with a vape and send them to a troubled child school.
What?
Yep.
Relaxes punishment.
Yep. Starting next fall, Texas students caught with a vape or e-cigarette device at school may not face the stringent consequences that they previously had to, that would have been imposed in the years past. House Bill 6, authored by Collin County Republican Representative Jeff Leach, received final approval by the Texas House and Senate just days before the end of the legislative session. The law now heads to the desk for Governor Greg Abbott to sign it into law. If it's signed into law, or the governor just ignores it for 5 days or whatever, it automatically becomes law in Texas. That's a really unique situation that don't happen here. It would allow school districts to handle student infractions involving vaping devices on a case-by-case basis.
No, but technically, if they're underage, they're breaking the law. They wouldn't just allow them to break the law and have no consequences, are they?
That's the way things go in the United States. You're not allowed to discipline children anymore.
Well, it's the same here, actually.
But
wow.
No more mandated punishment for vape possession by an underage illegal vape consumer in Texas. But, you know how we finally got egg prices under control in the States? It was really bad. They were worried about it. Trump bragged about how this is the lowest price of eggs, and I can't tell you how long. Our price of eggs are back to normal. I wouldn't say so.
Oh, not salmonella.
Got a little problem with your situation about the availability of eggs. Because at least 1.7 million of them have been recalled by the CDC and the FDA because an investigation has found a multi-state salmonella outbreak. So they just recalled on Saturday, 1.7 million eggs from grocery stores. So expect egg prices to be jumping up again.
I think they will, like.
The brown cage-free and brown certified organic eggs were distributed by August Egg Company from February 3rd to May 15th to retailers in 9 states. Well, what the hell is it good they're going to do in February? Those are long gone. Here, this is June. May 15th, those eggs have been consumed already.
Oh, they're gone, like.
Take that back. Egg prices aren't changing. Whatever they are now, that you're lucky to have them. But retailers in 9 states, California, Nevada, Washington, Arizona, Nebraska, New Mexico, Illinois, Indiana, and Wyoming were affected by this salmonella outbreak of eggs. So maybe that's why your egg prices during Easter weren't so wonderful. And have you heard about the other stuff that's been going on this past week? The bromance is over.
The bromance?
The bromance, dude. It's over.
Hey, he's kicking me in the touch. Whoa. Trump.
I saw all kinds of tweets about this. Trump called Elon a drug user. Said he's wonderful. Then Elon said, well, the only reason you haven't gotten the release of the Epstein list is because Trump's on it.
Yeah. Oops.
There's people kind of posting all kinds of pictures of Trump with little girls in their lap. Videos where he was talking about how, oh, man, did you see her? Dude, she's only 10. Oh, no, she looks good.
Wow.
Bromance is over. They're having a little tiss. Trump was going to stop all the funding for SpaceX. And Elon's like, fuck it, I don't care, man. We don't need to worry about the ship, the rockets. That'll give me more chance to put more satellites up for Starlink if I don't have to go after do these NASA missions. Go ahead and cancel the funding. I don't care. And then he quietly had to rocket back because we know that he's also working for the Defense Department, but I don't want to talk about that.
Oh, don't. Can't say shit like that, mate. Wow.
We can't possibly be trying to dominate outer space. We don't have any kind of Ronald Reagan era Star Shield in place.
Star Wars. That's what it was. The Star Wars, wasn't it? Reagan Star Wars. Who's got the most nukes?
Finn, hello and welcome.
Oh, you're Finn.
How can you overclock your 3700X? That's more than what we can cover during this vlog. There's plenty of YouTube videos out there that show you how to do it.
Yeah. A lot of people don't recommend doing it, though, because sometimes it can kill your card, you know.
Yeah, well, it's not as bad as the IBM ones. Not the IBM, the Intel ones. The Intel chips are literally burning out using stock settings. And you can end up with a flaky chip, a flaky CPU, using the original stock overclocking that it was empowered by your motherboard.
Wow.
Jay's 2 Cents did a video on that where he had a friend of his that was like having all kinds of random computer crashes and problems and stuff. And he's like, I know exactly what the problem is. It's CPU burnout. And you didn't have to be a major overclocker to get this to be a problem. I mean, there's computers that are a year and a half old and are now flaky as all hell because, well, the chip is destroyed, essentially.
A little shady.
So yeah, there's been all kinds of hay and all kinds of publications and, you know, people tweeting about this, armchair quarterbacking, the bromance being over between Donald and Elon. There's been some AI videos put together about it too.
They'll kiss and make up, man. You know what it's like? It's all publicity bullshit.
And the thing is, Trump actually was turning the other cheek because he got questioned about it over and over and over again on his plane when he was going from different places. And he was like, I have nothing but respect for Elon's companies. And, you know, he does a wonderful job. And he's like, and then you had the armchair quarterback saying, well, the reason he's saying that because he doesn't want it to get really dirty like a typical divorce would. You don't want to air all your dirty laundry.
No.
Just because you had a little spat. And then you had the people out there that was making cartoons saying, they have a picture of the two of them sitting on a sofa and they going, oh, watch what they do when we send this tweet out. Like the whole thing was planned ahead of time. Like this is all part of the show.
Could be for all we know. You just didn't know, do you? Don't know. You just do not know.
So Trump orders the National Guard to Los Angeles after the rioters have gotten out of hand. Oh man! I was like, "Where did I do? Did I close that?"
The mayor of California is talking about prosecuting them. I swear, and he's trying to fucking prosecuting the president or something.
Instead of talking about prosecuting the protesters, because you are allowed to peacefully protest, but you are not allowed to destroy property.
No.
Workers are people, and they can't do that without an organized and fierce resistance.
Even as I was driving here, I was getting multiple reports of deputies asking for help. LA County deputies being attacked with rocks, bottles. That is 100% unacceptable.
We're just
every one of those people are going to be charged.
They stopped at Home Depot where they know that people are undocumented. So us as a community have came here to try to make peace so that they don't make families separate one another.
I would like to reiterate what the sheriff said, which is we just want a calm resolution to this. We hope that the people that are protesting will begin to leave now. Their voices have been heard.
But you can say like it's just typical protesters. It's led by thugs who that's all they want to do is cause havoc. So even, so that there now has undermined the protest because now you just label as a bunch of fucking thugs now, so nobody's going to take no notice of you. So what was the point? You've just ruined it.
You're allowed to peacefully protest. You are allowed to have, your say, to have the government hear your opposition to what's going on. But you are not allowed to destroy things during your protest without expecting to pay for the crime you just committed.
Well, this is what they wanted. They wanted people to riot. They wanted the people to start fireworks. They wanted the people to start burning out. Why? Because this is the effect. So they can make us look bad. So they can make us seem that we're the ones causing this, that we started it. We didn't start this.
Yes, you did. You fucking hiding fucking bricks and shit, you fucking stupid idiot. What do you expect them to do?
Well, see, he probably wasn't one of the ones that started it. He's just one of the ones that are out there. Matter of fact, there was a big thing that somebody posted on Twitter today. There's a whole line of pickup trucks, big Trumpsters with their flags in the back of their pickup truck. They're like, we're 16 hours away from Los Angeles. We'll get the situation under control.
You know what it is?
Kind of brought me back to Grand Theft Auto when Trevor works with the border control.
Trevor Phillips International.
Yeah, when Trevor Phillips tries to catch the mariachi band.
I just heard the thought that he was just too heavy-handed by sending the guards in. But I mean, if the police are getting overrun, they're the next people to move.
It's not the first time this has happened.
Exactly. It was the same.
I think the reason it happens is because they know that a lot of these rioters and looters aren't ever going to get caught or prosecuted for what they did.
Exactly. I'm saying you've got all these idiots that's just totally undermined the protest because they all just think they're a bunch of thugs and criminals now. So it'll fall on deaf ears, whatever they were twisting about.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, it's not just here in Los Angeles where we have stuff going on. Did you hear that the Pope met with Putin?
I heard a whisper, yeah.
Yeah, the new Pope had spoken on the phone with Russian President Putin and tried to urge him to take steps to resolve the situation in the Ukraine with peace, because we're on, actually, we're past day 1200. And you heard about the big drone strike that took out a bunch of Russian bombers.
This is what I mean. Like, they've done that, but it's just been the news. They're now exchanging prisoners. So, you know, they're exchanging prisoners of war. They've given bodies of the dead back to the families and all that shit. And you're like, well, where's this war going to go? You know, one minute you just don't want to talk, next minute you're exchanging prisoners, then you're a bomb. It's like a fucking roller coaster. It's up and doing like a yo-yo. You know what I mean?
Well, the best part is, you know, they're supposed to be exchanging prisoners. And, you know, so the one prisoner exchange that they were doing was 6,000 dead Ukrainian bodies of soldiers that were collected off the battlefield and loaded into a truck. And Ukraine wouldn't meet the Russians to take possession of it because part of the prisoner exchange was that Ukraine had to pay for the collection of all those dead Ukrainians from the battlegrounds.
Fucking hell.
So the Russians are literally sitting in an open field, you know, a platoon of them or whatever, a company of them, with a truck full of dead Ukrainian bodies that nobody came to meet and take the truck the rest of the way into Ukraine so they can get a proper burial.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Meanwhile, Russia wasn't going to let their bombers be blown up by a bunch of Ukrainian drones, so they decided to send a bunch of drones to Ukraine and bomb the city.
To remind you that 6
And the
our obligatory
the
commercial.
usual advert. Yeah. Obligatory advertisement.
Russia has hit Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, with a massive drone and bomber attack, killing 4 people and injuring 60, officials say. 2 people were also killed in Russian strikes on Kherson and southern Ukraine. More stuff you won't see on your local news station at night.
Well, the thing
I
is,
mean,
with a
after day
civilian
1,200, I mean...
He's hitting civilian targets now. What the fuck?
Well, Ukraine has done the same thing.
Oh.
Might not have been intentional. And maybe the missiles went off course. The perils of war. That's why it needs to end. 2 need to sit down at a table, and they need to be told, come to a reasonable agreement, because we're walking out of here with peace.
Mm-hmm.
It's not good for the world. We don't give a shit about, you know, how bad it is for Russia and Ukraine. It is literally not good for the world and the world economy for all this stuff to be continually going on.
No wars are good for the world, you know what I mean? Nobody should be fighting in this day and age. Not in this day and age.
Well, 48 drones, 2 missiles, and 4 glide bombs have been used against the city on Friday night, while more glide bombs were reportedly dropped on Saturday.
Jesus.
And it's kind of fitting because I've been watching MASH lately, and it just reminded me of the conflict, you know, during the Korean War. It's just like, I could see Hawkeye Pierce, you know, sitting here saying, it just never ends. The bodies never stop being marred and dismantled and blown to bits and filled with shrapnel. And
it's not good, man. Honestly, no good. Just, I don't know. Why can't we all just get along just fine?
Well, it's not all bad news. Let's continue further around the globe, and let's take a look at what's going on in Thailand. Now we know that the whole propaganda is all propaganda about their, you know, snitch on your vape buddies. Because here we go. A hungry wild elephant raids a local grocery store for some snacks in Thailand.
There's not much you're going to do to stop that either, is there?
Nope. From Bangkok, a hungry wild element caused havoc in a grocery store in Thailand on Monday when he strolled in from a nearby national park and helped himself to food on the shelves. Videos of the incident showed that the huge male elephant, known as Plai Bang Lek, briefly stopped in front of the shop. Located next to a main road by the national park.
He went out window shopping as well. Oh.
We have school shootings in Austria. Didn't even know about that till just now.
That's pretty recent, that actually.
That's not the video that was shown when I first found this article. You actually got to see the elephant. Ukraine strikes. More people dead.
Yeah.
And in Australia, where tobacconist fire bombings are still happening, I lost track of where we're up to. I could actually look if we wanted to, but it's like, it's no worse than the rest of the carnage around the world. In Australia, they are ignoring the tobacconist fire bombings and talking about how the Australian weather forecast shows constant snowfall over the weekend, and it's good news for ski lovers.
What?
Well, Australia is in the middle of their winter right now.
Oh, my God.
We're sweating our balls and tits off up here in the north, and, well, down in Australia, that's their winter. So after witnessing 2 years of poor snowmaking, Australian ski lovers are set to witness an abundance of snow in the opening weekend of the Australian ski season. The year 2025, however, is expected to be a mixed bag for ski resorts, as current snowmaking is not a guarantee of a bumper winter ahead. However, the snowfall this weekend definitely assures to be quite the turnaround in 2025, with snow falling on every day of the long weekend and is expected to continue further.
Woohoo! We're all going skiing. Whoopie-doo.
I didn't even know they had skiing in Australia, mate. I knew they had a winter. I knew it got cold, but I didn't think it got that cold.
Oh, well. I didn't think they had snow. I just think it just got cold. You know what I mean? Weird.
Meanwhile, I wasn't kidding. The Russia-Ukraine war list of key events on day 1,200 of the Russian-Ukraine war. They're still fighting. Drone attacks are still taking place. They're still lobbing missiles into each other's country. Ukraine military said that the Russia launched 206 drones, 2 ballistic and 7 other missiles into Ukraine overnight. Kiev said its air defense units shot down 87 drones while another 80 were lost. Then they were talking about how a Russian Su-35 fighter jet was shot down by Ukraine. Ooh. German Major General Christine Freuding meanwhile, said that his country estimates that the recent Ukraine attack damaged 10% of Russia's long-range bomber fleet, and said that the attack will only have an indirect effect since Moscow still retains 90% of its strategic bombers. You were talking about the prisoner exchange? Russia and Ukraine accused each other of endangering plans to swap 6,000 dead bodies of soldiers killed in action, agreed upon during the talks in Istanbul on Monday. Each of them accusing the other of playing dirty games and manipulating facts.
Oh, man, that's just tit for tat. Diplomacy. Ha! There's no room for that at the moment.
Meanwhile, let's remind everybody, what is it that actually caused this whole conflict to take place in the first place? Our president decided that he was going to tell Russia that Ukraine was allowed into NATO.
Yep.
removing essentially the entire buffer zone between NATO and Russia.
Yeah.
So that NATO would literally be on the border of Russia. Despite them having a long-standing agreement since the wall came down in Germany that Reagan negotiated. I think it was the Minsk Accords. Off the top of my head, I don't remember specifics of it. But the whole point is this is all over NATO. And, well, NATO announces the nomination of Lieutenant General Alexis G. Grenkwich as the Supreme Allied Commander for Europe.
Okay.
I'm like, who's this guy? I'm telling you guys, I'm walking you along on the little rabbit hole I came across this week when I was doing the news. Right? So I didn't know this. You could actually look up these military leaders and generals. They have a bio on the Air Force website. They show you his entire education, all of his assignments that he's been on, summary of joint assignments he's been on, flight information. He's got more than 2,300 flight hours logged. He's flown F-16s, F-22, B-1 bombers, B-2 bomber, the B-52 bomber, C-17, Craig D, hello and welcome. The F-15. Look at all these planes that he's flown. And it shows you all of his major awards and decorations. He was the second lieutenant, commissioned officer, June 2nd, 1993. And now he's the Supreme NATO European Commander.
He's just come from nowhere. That's it. Boom, so you can have the job. Wow.
Yeah, he's got a big illustrious career in the Air Force. You saw all of his duty stations. Meanwhile, the Department of Homeland Security, Blackhawks, and military aircraft are surveying and monitoring the protest in Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, there'll be a spy in the sky for that, definitely.
Local police, state authorities, DHS, and military air flight crew flew over Los Angeles protest this weekend, according to flight data for a unregistered aircraft. Like you have to have your transponder on if you're a civilian or a commercial plane.
Yeah.
But military planes do not have their transponders on, but you can still track their radar signatures.
Oh, yeah. I think that was our lag with that helicopter crash. There's no transponders, so they can't trace them or something like that.
Sign up for free access to this post. Why? You showed it to me the first time I looked at it.
Yeah, I'll watch it again for free.
Greedy bastards.
Yeah, fucking hell. No.
That's right. What else is going on?
Holy man.
Well, protests are intensifying in Los Angeles after Trump deploys hundreds of National Guard troops. More damage and destruction, and more obligatory commercial.
We have cars.
Car dealers. Looks very dodgy.
Always have been.
Now.
Back crowds in Los Angeles Sunday as protests over recent immigration raids stretch into a third day. Federal officers using pepper spray to disperse crowds. Crowds begin protesting Friday after dozens of people were arrested by federal immigration agents as the Trump administration cracks down on unauthorized immigration. The latest raids instilling.
Meanwhile, the Trump administration was bragging this was the biggest number of illegal immigrants arrested in a single day ever.
Well, believe that. So thousands there.
Fear and anger in many Southern California communities.
Our community is living in a state of terror.
Why are they being treated like second-class citizens? That's the anger the community feels right now.
Saturday, crowds taking over streets, shutting down traffic. This car set on fire in Paramount, about 20 minutes south of LA. where authorities tried to control the crowds. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department releasing an advisory Saturday, saying in part, protesters became increasingly agitated, throwing objects and...
Thank you, William Dobson. Very much appreciate the super chat. At this rate, Kenny will need a forklift for his delivery from Alex. I thought he was going to need a forklift for the last box I sent him. 25 kilograms.
Almost, man. Almost. And now the postman wasn't very happy. What the fuck was there?
What is in here? But your family was happy when you opened it up and saw all that candy in there.
Well, please, mate. Absolutely.
Thank you for the super chat.
Exhibiting violent behavior toward federal agents and deputy sheriffs. The White House deploying 2,000 National Guardsmen to help local authorities in Los Angeles.
We're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart.
Some leaders, though, think it's a drastic response.
This is really just an escalation of the president coming into California. We haven't asked for the help. We don't need the help.
California has the highest unauthorized immigrant population in the country, according to data from the Pew Research Center, with roughly 1.8 million in 2022. I'm Jen Sullivan reporting.
Almost 2 million illegal immigrants in the state.
Damn, that's just one state. Holy crap.
And the reality is a lot of those illegal immigrants actually benefits the state. Because they're illegal, they are not subject to minimum wage laws because you're technically not allowed to hire them according to federal mandates on work visa requirements and whatnot, and background checks you're required to perform before you hire an employee, right? So these farms are benefiting from hiring the illegal immigrants to pick all their crops and not paying them the same wage that it would be if it was a legal immigrant.
Oh, yeah. It's just cheap
national.
Labor. That's all it is. Cheap labor, that's all it is.
Why do you think it hasn't been enforced in the UK or in California?
Yeah, same here.
Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, not related to the riot, actually just north of Los Angeles in Ventura County, a drug delivery service that allegedly targets protecting the kids, authorities say, were arrested. And the drug smuggling ring is now taken down.
Oh, God. We'll be right back, though.
A man and a male juvenile were arrested on suspicion of running a drug delivery service in Ventura County. Ventura County Sheriff's Office said in a news release that 18-year-old Edgar Napta and a boy from Thousand Oaks targeted students at schools throughout Ventura County for their services. The alleged service sold psilocybin mushrooms, marijuana, and nicotine to juveniles between April and May of this year.
Oh, but he did.
Detective served a search warrant on the 21st of May in the 2600 block of Antonia Drive in Camarillo and the 2300 block of Los Feliz Drive in Thousand Oaks. During that time, the authorities said about 47 marijuana vape devices, 62 nicotine vape devices, 18 containers of pre-roll marijuana cigarettes, and a large amount of loose marijuana were seized, as well as more than $5,000 cash from these two juvenile delinquents.
Oh, yeah. Proper fucking rock on the road there, I get it.
Neil Pitts hit the nail on the head. Uber truck delivery.
Yeah. What's your Uber? Here we are.
Meanwhile, the lawyers are happy as the two subjects are currently being held on a $50,000 bail.
Ooh, ouch.
Bail system here in the United States, depending on the state you're in, is typically a 10% cash down, and a bail bond service will put up the rest of it so that you will appear in court on time. And you know what the cost of them giving you that extra 90% to cover your bail? They get to keep your down payment. That's how the bail system works in this country. So they got a $50,000 bail. They had to come up with $5,000 cash, and they couldn't use the $5,000 that was confiscated by the cops. And that $5,000 goes to the bail bond agency if you show up in court. And if you don't show up in court, well, then they're going to set in the bail bondsman to come and find you and take you to court. Pretty nice, eh? And now you understand why this week's episode is called the Clusterfucksnafu.
The Clusterfucksnafu.
And for those of you out there, because this is, a value for value proposition, and we try to teach you something every time we are doing our show, regardless of the content that we cover. Well, I'm sure some of you out there are wondering, what's the difference between a snafu, a shit show, and a clusterfuck?
It's a pretty close call.
Well, let's say the situation at work is not good. The project or product or reorganization or whatever you got going on at work has launched, and the best you can say is that things aren't going as planned at all. It's a disaster. Through the best word for it is one you drop over drinks with your team when venting about your work situation at home, and it is clusterfuck.
That's the hook. That's the word.
Clusterfucks hold a special place in public life, one distinct from complications, crises, and catastrophes that mar our personal and professional existence. The F word, former Oxford English Dictionary editor Jesse Scheidlower's comprehensive history of the term defines clusterfuck as a bungled or confused undertaking or situation. A confused undertaking or situation. The term dates as far back as the Vietnam War. I have this weird obsession with clusterfucks, Simon tells courts at work. To appreciate what a clusterfuck is and to understand how to avoid one, here's the first helpful to clarify some of the things a clusterfuck is not. A clusterfuck is not a fuck-up. A fuck-up is just something all of us do from time to time. I broke an egg I made for breakfast this morning. It was kind of a fuck-up, but it wasn't a clusterfuck. And snafu, who can possibly not understand what a snafu is? Situation normal, all fucked up. While sometimes uses a synonym for minor malfunctions and hiccups, this slang military acronym, situation normal, all fucked up, actually refers to a functionally messed state that describes many otherwise healthy companies and many in our personal lives. A snafu work environment is usually manageable, but one that is foobar, fucked up beyond all repair, another military legacy, probably isn't repairable. What do you think?
Definitely.
That right there be a clusterfuck. And then
nice
the situation we have before us is Clusterfucksnafu. Because it is an ongoing clusterfuck throughout the world. Whether you look at the Ukraine Russian war that's going on, whether you look at the economy that's taking place in the UK, whether you look at the riots in LA, or whether you even look at the roaming elephant from a national park taking his free reign on the snacks in Thailand, the world that we're living in is a total clusterfuck. And in a situation normal, there's no hope.
As you've just described.
And then you wonder why we cannot make any headway with vaping to quit smoking.
They're too busy fucking about with the stuff, man, aren't they? That's the problem. Well, Takagawa has joined us, and 2 weeks with no cigarettes. Oh, yeah,
congratulations!
Man. That is awesome. That deserves a bit of the old you fucking fireworks.
That deserves some fireworks and a round of applause.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well done. Absolutely.
Here
brilliant,
we
my
have
friend.
Senator John Fetterman from Pennsylvania. I unapologetically stand for free speech, peaceful demonstrations, and immigration. But this in Los Angeles is not that. This is anarchy and true chaos and serves no one's interest.
That's what they did. They fucked it all up, so nobody cares about it now.
And he says that his party, the Democratic Party, loses the moral high ground when they refuse to condemn setting cars on fire, destroying buildings, and assaulting law officers. I wholeheartedly agree with you.
Definitely.
Meanwhile, they're protecting the youth.
Bottle of booze and a vape. Stand next to a Polis. Oh my God. Hey, officer.
How's that vape prohibition working out for you in California?
Yeah.
Huh? But we all did it.
Officer.
Did we not? When we were young?
Well,
we did whatever we could get away with.
We did.
How many of you remember these?
Candy cigarettes. Yeah. We had them.
I chained 2 or 3 boxes of those when things got really stressful.
Oh, God, I'm so right, mate. Stressed out. I need another one.
Henning Nam, hello and welcome.
Henning Nam, hello.
Got my dead rabbit mouth to lung 2 today. That's fantastic.
Ooh, that's
awesome.
Why. That'd be brilliant. That will help you, mate.
Got mine right here.
Yeah.
With this next pod refillo with the 1.2 ohm coil. It's actually just as good as that. So let's give a little reminder, as I said earlier. During the 1992 LA riots, President George W. Bush mobilized the National Guard, U.S. Army, and the U.S. Marines to stop the violent rioters from wrecking Los Angeles.
U.S. Marshal Service. One is the urgent need to restore order. What followed Wednesday's jury verdict in the Rodney King case was a tragic series of events for the city of Los Angeles. Nearly 4,000 fires, staggering property damage, hundreds of injuries, and the senseless deaths of over 30 people. To restore order right now,
That's right, it was over the Rodney King thing, wasn't it? That's right.
Guardsmen on duty in the city of Los Angeles. Another 2,200 stand ready to provide immediate support. To supplement this effort, I've taken several additional actions. First, this morning I've ordered the Justice Department to dispatch 1,000 federal riot-trained law enforcement officials to help restore order in Los Angeles, beginning tonight. These officials include FBI SWAT teams, special riot control units of the U.S. Marshals Service, the Border Patrol, and other federal law enforcement agencies. Second, another 1,000 federal law enforcement officials are on standby alert should they be needed. Third, early today, I directed 3,000 members of the 7th Infantry and 1,500 Marines to stand by at El Toro.
He didn't
Air
fuck
Station,
about,
California.
like, did he?
Tonight,
he did not
at the
fuck
request
around.
of the governor and the mayor,
He fucking said
How is what Trump is doing different than what he did?
I'm also
Exactly.
federalizing the National
Fucking
Guard,
right.
and I'm instructing General Colin Powell to place.
Federalize the National Guard.
You
Back
want
in
to fucking riot?
1992.
Okay. Yeah, you want to riot? I'll send the shit in and to sort you out. Fucking hell.
It is no different than what they're doing right now.
Exactly. Exactly the same thing.
And here's what I was talking about. Complete disorder in court. This was yesterday's hearing.
Excuse me.
This guy is the defense attorney, right?
Yep.
The prosecution attorney is going to interrupt him while he's talking. And the judge is not going to chastise the prosecution's attorney. They're just going to be like, I'll let you hear firsthand.
Mr. Brennan literally just said, I didn't elicit any information about dog bites. I just asked about her experience. Question by Mr. Brennan.
That's not what I said. That is
Excuse me.
No, I'm not going to.
So, I heard what Mr. Brennan said. You don't need to tell me what Mr. Brennan said, but go ahead to your argument.
How about if I quote his words? How about that? Mr. Brennan literally just said...
Any other courtroom, they would have both got contempt charges if they cannot conduct themselves in a professional manner in the courtroom.
True, right?
You do not interrupt the other person when they're talking.
No, that's fucking up the evidence. Ha! I did not say that. Yes, you did. Right to you. Out. Get out. As simple as that. That's what should normally happen. You know what I mean?
Enough with the news, man. We ran long today. It's an hour and a half with the news. But I mean, when you cover the world, how can you do it any shorter than that? There's just so much going on. And then you wonder why nobody cares about what we have to say about vaping. It's a single one-on-one interaction. You look at me and I look at you. We have a conversation about your smoking habit and what device is going to work best for you. And if you've tried one of the devices and it hasn't worked for you, we can direct you to go more mouth to lung or more direct lung.
Exactly. Madness, man. Oh, I don't know. The world we live in, sir. The world we live in.
That's why our show from last week has over 400 views as the Tobacco Eulogy. And the e-cigarette summit, I don't know if it's even actually officially maintained a 100 view count. Although it had 138 when we got done that day. Kenny and I looked at it and argued about why is it different on this screen than it is on your homepage.
Yeah. That's always been a little confusing little tactic YouTube do, doesn't it?
Why does the number change in a negative way? I can understand it changing as more people watch it, but it should never go backwards. But it does.
Yep.
Taking screenshots of it numerous times.
Weird. Absolutely weird. What wonderful YouTube, mate. The wonders of YouTube.
Mate, I got a beautiful beverage for today.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
You're not going to want it, though.
Yeah. Oh. No, because you're going to have it?
No, it's water. Death water.
Oh.
Death water.
No. Interesting.
Swear to God. Curiosity peaked.
Oh, it does. It is.
All right. Let's go take a look at it. Ladies and gentlemen, I really wasn't kidding. Today am going to consume liquid death mountain water. Murder your thirst with liquid death. Liquid death.
Jesus.
Liquid death claims that once cracked open, no thirst is safe from liquid death. After ritual dismemberment of your thirst victim, this brutal can of water used the severed body parts of dead thirst to build itself a flesh suite, which it used as a disguise to get a job in marketing. But liquid death never took the job. It just murdered a bunch more thirsts instead.
sounds a bit grisly. Wow.
Just water. That's all it is.
No way.
Water
It
and
actually
marketing.
tastes like water.
It is
Oh
water.
my
That's all it
God.
is. Mountain water.
Well, I played safe again because I'm at work, so I'm getting the lovely coors. You know, when that's blue, it's as cold as the whatever mountain
Cold
range,
as the
I can't remember now.
Rockies.
Of
Cold
course,
as the
Rockies,
Rocky
it's
Mountain.
The alcohol is 3.4% by volume on a pint can. So there you go. My little, shall we say, mild lager for this evening.
Way better than my liquid death mountain water. This legit tastes like I was in the Smoky Mountains and was taking a hike and was walking alongside a creek, and I took a cup and I scooped up some of the cold mountain water.
It's water. No alcohol, nothing. It's just a can of water.
The can of water.
It fucking... Bit OTT or a can of water, look at it. Liquid death.
It's literally just a can of water.
Seeing that, like, the way that the water companies have been behaving in the UK with their unofficial, sewage discharges, it would be fucking liquid death if you drank our water. Well fucked. Ooh, got a
There's nothing special about it. Sam's Club bottled water actually tastes better than liquid death because this legit tastes like your typical spring mineral water.
Well, probably most of them are now. It's just that mineral water and spring water.
Like they didn't even filter it; they just bottled it.
Oh.
I'm sure
Well,
there's some
Neil
city
said-
in this country that they actually just take the city water and fill the cans with it. That's it.
Hey, nobody knows the difference, do they? I don't think. Neil Pitt said that beer contains piss from the mountain streams. Yeah, the Indians used to piss in it. Lovely.
But they reverse osmosis filter it before they actually go and brew the beer out of it.
Hey, it adds a bit of body if you ask me anything. I'm not fussy.
You know, Kenny, that beer contains bear piss from the mountain streams.
Well, I can drink bear piss. Alex can vape.
Well, you
Plus,
do
which is the sweat of
understand,
his
mate,
tentacles.
any deer that may have walked through that mountain stream deposited their musk scent from their balls into your water.
Yeah, tremendous. I can consume it through digestive purposes, but I can't vape it like you do.
I mean, cold, it tastes like regular water, like well water.
A bit OTT. Or kind of water.
A lot of marketing and a lot of markup
Wow.
for what's nothing more than canned water.
One way to make it exciting, isn't it? It's only water.
Makes it easier to drink your daily allotment of water to stay hydrated. My wife told me about it. I didn't believe it. So she had to buy me one. Here you go. Here's your drink for the show this week.
Kind of water.
0.0% alcohol.
I don't know. Whatever next. Whatever the heck.
Well, one last thing I do want to cover to recap the news. Here we are in America, and Patrick says this all the time on his show, but we have way more rights than you do in the UK. You have people that are legitimately posting something on social media, a comment off the top of their head, and end up going to jail for it.
Yep.
That doesn't happen here in the United States because you have freedom of speech.
Well, we're supposed to have it as well, aren't we? But apparently not. I mean,
where's the outrage? We're literally losing our fundamental human rights over time. I mean, nobody stands up for it because it doesn't personally affect them.
Exactly.
Until your brother or sister is affected by it because they made some offhand, off-the-cuff remark and got in trouble for it, most people don't care. But see, here in America, America isn't easy. Let's see if you can remember, or have you ever heard of this before? Okay. If I can get this onto the screen. No, down here. It is not cooperating.
Oh. That's a shame.
It really does not want to cooperate.
Oh.
Windows is not playing nice.
That's a surprise.
All right, let's try this again. America isn't easy. America is advanced citizenship. You got to want it bad because it's going to put up a fight. It's going to say, you want free speech? Let's see you acknowledge a man whose words make your blood boil, who's standing center stage and advocating at the top of their lungs that which you would spend a lifetime opposing at the top of yours. You want to claim this land is the land of the free? Then a symbol of your country and opposition and protest of things your country is doing cannot just be a flag or an immigration protest. The symbol also has to be one of its citizens exercising his or her right to burn that flag in protest and to demonstrate against the government. Show me that and defend that and celebrate that as the land of the free, because that's what it means. It isn't just people doing what you want them to do or what you think is right.
Exactly.
Now, I ad-libbed that a little bit so that, you know, it was my own invention. But where did that come from? That speech. Yeah. Ooh. Have you ever heard that speech before?
No, was Martin Luther King? No.
No. It was a movie. It was a fictional. This is a
movie.
American rhetoric speech that was in a movie. Perhaps if I mention Sidney Allen Wade, it'll ring a bell. Ron Jeremy, hello and welcome.
I'm struggling yet.
The American president.
Ah.
That was the American president. And that was the president's speech in rebuttal to Senator Rumson calling his girlfriend, who's a lobbyist, a bunch of wicked names. And if you haven't seen it, it's a really good movie.
What was that?
That also came out in 1995. Ironically enough, right around the protests.
There you go. Oh, man. Reminds us of that other one that we talked about that time when a student asked what makes America great, and that fucking lecturer just started ranting and raving all these fucking facts out and says, so really, we're not.
Exactly.
I love stuff like that.
I used to love shows like that. I mean, I watched West Wing. I watched all of the entire series of it numerous times. Like started with season 1, episode 1, the pilot to the show, watched all of them. Ron Jeremy's like, yep, that was Annette Bening and Michael Douglas in that movie, American President.
Oh, Michael, it rings a bell, the name. Just rings a bell. I may have seen it, I don't know.
That's like, we talk about this kind of stuff with random off the top stuff like, hey man, this movie really like something you have to see if you haven't seen it already.
Yeah.
We used to take pride in our president, regardless of what party it was. You know, it doesn't matter whether you voted for the guy or not. Once he got into office, he was your president. Now it's like the biggest thing in the world for people to get on social media and say, that's not my president. And then they switch parties and it's like, that's not my president. Guess what? Yeah, it is. They took office. They took an oath for all of America, not just the part of America that got them to be in office. But politics isn't that simple either.
Nah, I think it's just a battlefield for the rich. It's as simple as that. It's got fuck all to do with us.
Well, yeah, you know who buys the politicians now.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem isn't changing the president every 4 years. The problem is you need to change your elected officials, all of them. They needed to be treated like a diaper. Changed often for the same reason. Because if they're not full of shit when they take office, they'll prove themselves quite shortly. All you need to do is pay attention. And then you'll realize that they're always full of shit. And what they say and what they do are usually polar opposites.
Too right. Honestly, man, the politics you just get lost in it now because it's like a big bickering match, man.
And they do that on purpose. They divide the country and the population of the country based on the things that we don't agree on, and ignore the 80% of things that all of us agree on. Because then they would actually have to do something about the 80% that most of us want done, and most of us would benefit from. But their benefactors probably wouldn't benefit. Like a living wage, price controls on utilities.
That Starmer's done a U-turn on the winter fuel allowance for the pensioners. He's going to give them it now, due to the pressure.
My favorite example is gas prices here in the state of Pennsylvania. Yes, technically, there's no doubt about the fact that the state of Pennsylvania has the highest gas taxes of any state in the country. Okay, fine. But there still should not be more than 25 cents difference between a gallon of gas in Ohio and a gallon of gas in Pennsylvania. I can't tell you how many times I went to Ohio and saw 75, 80, or even $1 cheaper per gallon of gas in Ohio. And then when we crossed into Pennsylvania, that in any other country or any other topic would be called price gouging.
Oh, definitely.
Cahoots by all the gas stations to not actually compete on price. Because they all get rich when they don't compete.
Well, of course they do. It's equal share of the profits, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, here in Pennsylvania, it's well over $3 a gallon.
A gallon?
I know, you guys pay by the liter.
Wish we could get a gallon for £3. Holy fuck. I know, but like, you're an actual oil producing country, so your fuel should be cheap. You would have thought.
Well, except for the fact that I was taught back when I first started community college that gasoline is a global commodity. Just because you make it in your country doesn't mean that it's going to be the cheapest price in the whole world. Subsidies make it cheaper in your country than elsewhere. Perfect example, natural gas. All this fracking that's been going on for the past decade to frack for natural gas, where they literally drill a hole, they pressurize the hole to fracture the rock deep, deep, deep underground, usually at some point ruining the water table that's nearby, or even 10 miles away, it's already been documented. You would think you would have cheap natural gas prices. But when they take that natural gas and they pressurize it and put it on a boat and send it to South America so that they can fuel their electric generation down there, well, how are you benefiting from them fracking and ruining your water table?
Yeah. I think we're going to try it here in the UK, but I think it just fell through because everybody was obviously in an uproar about it, you know what I mean?
Because they've seen the scare stories. And I'm not saying that all the scare stories are 100% true. I'm not saying that they're all 100% fabricated either. They're like everything else in the mainstream media news nowadays. Everything's overblown out of proportion from what it actually is.
Yeah.
I've seen,
dramatized heavily.
Big news headline stories about a riot that took place. Meanwhile, it was confined within one city block. How is that even newsworthy?
Exactly. Oh, shit.
When they talk about an insurrection, you think that it's, oh my God, it's the whole town. Meanwhile, it's like one highway, a square mile of a highway that they have everybody gathering.
Exactly. Just dramatization. Make it look good for the TV.
And it makes it hard for somebody that wants to be an informed person in society to actually form a reasonable opinion, because where do you get your facts from?
Yeah.
Even on Twitter, things are blown out of proportion because everybody has an agenda.
No doubt. I mean, mainstream media, well, we all know what that's like. Never believe a word they say.
It's like social media. The whole purpose is to keep you on the platform longer so they can show you another ad. Another 5 seconds per person that's on social media is another $2.5 million of ad revenue for the platform.
Right.
You wonder why the algorithms are so crooked and twisted.
You're right.
Well, sir, I think it's time for us to take a look at our hand checks. We'll see what's been submitted, and you can show off your stuff. I already talked about a bunch of mine. Ready?
I haven't got much about, really, because I've come literally rushed in from work.
Okay, in addition to the ones I already talked about earlier today, like this Watofo Refillo pod system, that right there is filled up with a beautiful cherry bakewell. And then I've got, that's the 0.8 ohm coil. Then I got a 0.6 ohm coil, which is filled up with blue, keep it 100 blue.
Ooh.
0.4 ohm coil. If I had any real complaint about this device, there isn't a whole heck of a lot of difference between all the different coils. There is a distinct difference in the maximum airflow, but they all produce vape amazingly. I don't understand how you can have a 1.2 ohm coil that produces so much vapor, and you got a 0.4 ohm coil that produces about the same amount.
Yeah, weird.
Maybe the battery and circuit in here isn't enough, but it's an enjoyable vape. Then we got the Vortex 30. Still chucking on that one. Need to finish editing that video. The Torin Max, still on here. Another video to finish. Brand new product just in. My wife's got the pink one of this. This is the Vape VC pod system with replacement pods. I got that one that needs recorded. The intro to it.
Very good.
There's the Watofo Refillo. Just got my hands on the Blaze Pro Max RTA from Mike Vapes and Thundercloud. And from Freemax, I just got the Rexa Pro pod system.
Oh, that looks interesting.
So, I'm going to start that review this weekend.
I don't know what this one is. I don't know if mine's the Pro Max. Hang on. I think mine's just the normal one. I've got the Blaze RTA on me heavy hitter, which is on there. There he is. That is very nice. And then that, oh, I know what that is. I'm down to dripper stage in me apricot delight. That's what I've been dripping in that.
Very nice.
I've got the Blaze RTA on the Hadron 220, which is still like a daily banger for us. And on that, I have got, with a little bit more added super sweet, the General Custard's secret cheesecake, and that is now I've just added a touch of super sweet. Oh, very nice. My daily drive is this McVeigh X SBS, which is this little fella, like a pod kit with a battery on the side. And in that,
very nice.
I've got Pod Salt Blueberry Jam Chart from Jammin'. The only thing is, this is like 20 milligram, and trust is there's a big difference between 20 milligram in a disposable and 20 milligram in a pod. Oh, is there not?
Oh, yeah.
But that's where I am kind of at. Oh, my disappointment is I am actually going to be in the process of contacting the manufacturer. You remember that nice little palmer I got with all the gizmos and gidgets in it?
Yeah.
Dead.
The Bluetooth?
Nothing.
Oh.
Dead. Whole lot.
Won't
dead.
take a charge.
No power. Nothing. Dead. And I've only had it just over a month and a half. So I will be getting on to the person, the seller who sold us it, and the company who makes it. I will be giving them a very complainant email.
Hey, mate. Henny Nam has a question there for you. Is there an app that will recommend the wattage if you input the resistance? What do you use?
Oh, I shall tell you. I don't know if it's still out, though. I've had it for a while. I will show you it. If I can grab it up on my phone for you, just a sec, sir. It is
While he's looking for that, on the internet, you can go to the Nextpod Refillo's manufacturer webpage that I'm not allowed to tell you who it is. And they have an ohm calculator there that you can go to. But I cannot tell you what the website is.
There's plenty online ohm calculators, but this one here is called OHM. I'll spell it out, right? So I don't know. I don't want to get Alex into trouble. OHM, the APANG, right? OHM, and on that one, you have a watt calculator. don't take it as gospel, because sometimes, you know, I've put watches in for Alex, and the watches he tried
Number one,
and that were not good.
It is a starting point for you to be able to, like, pick something to start with. And it's going to be very dependent upon whether it's a single coil or a dual coil, and whether it's mouth to lung or direct to lung. Because the airflow restrictions in mouth to lung devices are so small that the wattage is always going to be too high that it recommends. Back it off like 5. And try it.
Yeah, it works by putting your coil resistance in. For the example there, I put a 0.12 in, and you know, when you're vaping, you know, dual coil, and obviously, you know, lots of airflow, you can vape it at that. But some people wouldn't.
I would vape it at half that to start.
They're just suggestions. Yeah. No,
I would start at 65 and work my way up until it got too hot.
Yeah. They're just recommendations. They're not gospel. You know what I mean? They just go off your resistance.
Yeah, there's no way to get something that is going to be 100% accurate, 100% gospel right at the time, because none of them ask you whether it's a mouth to lung tank or a direct to lung tank, whether it's single coil, dual coil.
It's like you said, there's too many variables. You know, that's just a guess. I mean, 0.12 ohm, I normally vape at 100 watts. I'm happy with that, no problem.
Yeah, but 130 would be a hot vape that you might get a dry hit off of, which is what that app suggested.
Again, do you like a warm vape, a cold? You know, like, it's down to the user.
And it's also depending on how you breathe through these devices. If you're one that takes tiny puffs of it versus somebody that takes a slow, long drag of it, it's going to be different. The ideal wattage is going to be different.
It's like everybody says, everybody just recommends you start lower, work it up. If you end up at 140 watts, so be it. You know what I mean? Just whatever rocks your boat. You know what I mean? Definitely.
You know the problem with this liquid death? It's going to make me go pee worse than a can of beer would have.
God. Yeah. You call, like, what's it called? Detoxing? Flushing out the system?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to do that today. All right, let's take a look at this beautiful hand check. Here's the latest thing that Ox was putting out there, just like how you were talking about your beautiful little tiny device that has all these advanced features, clocks, stopwatches, and whatnot.
Yeah, man.
Oxwa has done the same thing with their X-Slim.
Oh, yeah, man.
I just saw this was posted. This is their latest, greatest device. It's got a big, beautiful screen on it. You can set it for the clock, and it's got puff counter. It's got the resistance, big, beautiful dials on it. And it uses the same X-Slim coils that we're used to. Fantastic.
I like Oxford stuff. Oh.
This is not how you wrap coils properly. Because now you're fucked.
No. Unless you cut the end off.
Yes. Get your grinder out and grind down your screwdriver so it's just a round rod. Or your hacksaw, slide the coil up and just cut it straight off. Here's a coil for you. Could you build one of those?
Holy moly. I've seen that done before. Rather than two to join them. Where did I see that done before? Oh. Yeah, it was weird because everyone was trying to work out how the fuck we've done it. But yeah.
That is cool.
That's
that takes
awesome,
some patience to craft a coil like that.
Oh. Would do your head in, wouldn't it?
And could you do that with a Clapton coil? This is just round wire.
Look how well the build is as well. It's sitting perfect in the deck as well.
It's immaculate.
All right, it's not even cockeyed or fuck all, is it? Wow.
But for a mouth to lung situation, which is what this is, that would be perfect. It would give you a much higher ohm resistance, and it would evenly heat both of these coils because it's a single electrical path.
Clever, isn't it? Very clever.
I like them apples.
Oh, very nice.
Those velocity decks are a pain to get them in there, let alone to get them that pristine.
Yeah. Ooh.
And last someone was bragging about the good old Geek Vapes. There's the L200.
Oh.
They've come out some really nice colors lately on some of these ones.
Nice, huh?
Rather than coming out with a whole new product, they just introduce a bunch of new color options. Don't even make any hay about it.
Ooh.
That is nice. Mouth to lung setup there. Handcrafted.
Oh, cool. That
You know how much time it would take somebody to build this?
That's lush.
And there's Patrick set up. He always posts this on Mondays. That's how he gets his Monday started. Ripe Vapes VCT Bold.
VCT Bold.
Definitely mouth to lung person. Got an Inikin tank here. Phil and Dimitri love you.
SB and S side by side mod. No, very nice.
Yeah. There you go. Todd Reviews posted this one. Scarf that off of Facebook.
It's on Orion's.
Yep.
We had it personalized.
Orion 2.
Very nice.
Freaking beautiful.
It is.
And that
That's
right there's
cool.
our hand checks.
That's cool as ice. I like.
Really love it.
That's very nice.
I'm right impressed. They're not working with Inikin anymore. Yeah, I saw that public post that he did. They went their separate ways.
Well,
Dimitri's
yeah,
too busy in Greece with the shops that he's got over there. And then the liquids, they're salt liquids that they have. They're manufacturing in Canada and in Europe, in Greece.
Really?
Well, you eventually get to the point where it's like, why fight the regulators and the corruption that's taking place in the FDA here in the United States when you have a market where you can take your product to market, make a living and a profit off of it, and not deal with the bullshit anymore? I don't blame them.
No.
I mean, quite honestly, I've considered in the back of my mind, getting a hold of Darren and saying, listen, we got to figure out a way to get your flavors to the UK and we'll bottle it and sell it. Because we can get our product to market in the UK 1,000,000 times easier than we can get the FDA to give us authorization to sell it here in the States. Or we just say, fuck it, and just start selling it and let them catch up with us eventually and hope we made enough money to come out even in the end, not have to declare bankruptcy.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about import-export shit, isn't it? So definitely export from the UK to the US. Fucking hell. Be a piece of piss, that. That's what where tariffs aren't as high, you see.
Yeah, but if it's manufactured in the UK, what tariffs are there?
Exactly.
As a store, you're going to have to collect tax and VAT and whatnot, but at least our products are going to be for sale out there. And, if the Cherry Bakewell is as popular as you think it is, I mean, why wouldn't we want to sell it? Even if it's just as a one shot.
You'll find out how popular it is in Christmas meal when you get a box of them. You will love it.
I'll send you 120 mil of the concentrate. You can mix it up yourself.
Yeah, man. Awesome. That's how
Because
simple
you
it can
could
be,
literally
innit?
make 10 bottles out of that concentrate.
That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't have to sell it as a full recipe. You could just sell it as a concentrate and let people just make it themselves.
One shot.
Yeah. Absolutely spot on.
Mix up as a one shot, 15%. Job done. You don't have to be a
And
mixer. You can make your own e-liquid. We did it last week with this coffee tobacco. How
That's
simple
right,
it is.
yeah.
It's
William
frustrating.
Dobson's
People's lives are on the line and they don't care.
William Dobson's asking about Discord. What about Discord? I bet he's posted, has he? He always posts, William. If you go, where's my
Did I
Discord
not?
post?
I got your dad jokes that you submitted there.
Oh.
Maybe I saved it to the wrong folder. Let me double check. We'll open the Discord server. Oh, by the way, Mallory Gase did upload a bunch of good recipes into the Good Eats section. She's got a crock pot root beer moonshine.
Oh.
She has cheesy enchilada chili. There's some dump cake recipes, easy no-bake pies, and 4 ways to make noodles. There they are. I see them now. Yeah, I entered them after the show started, William and Robert.
Ah.
We'll put it up on screen. I won't
Get
even
him on there, maybe. But I bet you William's got a. Yeah, he's got a. I thought he had a one. Yeah. Asgard. Yep.
There you go, mate. Republic.
Very nice. Asgard, very nice.
Republic with the Asgard V1. Must admit that it's been this setup for a few weeks now. And Robert Lawyer
Very
says
nice.
this is a retro mod and tank, and it's not a sub-ohm. The mod was made pre-2014. The time it was top of the line. My neighbor gifted it to me, manufactured by Inikin, the iTaste VTR circa 2014.
Well, that's pretty, isn't it?
That is gorgeous,
Wow.
man. I understand why
That is-
those mods originally cost well over $100.
Yeah.
Do I have
back
squonk
in-
mods? Yeah,
yeah.
I got a couple.
Yeah, we've got squonk mods.
And I've got the
We've got some
Wotofo
squonk guys.
squonk mod that is actually capable of being dual battery or a squonk mod. What other ones? I got some other ones here. I don't have the top
Everybody's got a
side dual.
squonker. I've got that, the top side dual. I've got that one.
That is one I do not have.
You could get one for peanuts now, man, if you wanted one. Really. Cheap as chips. You can still get them.
All right, we got
Not much.
both of those. And there's one more dad joke to save into the folder.
Boom.
So we'll save that. Okay. Now we're going to roll the dad jokes. I'm going to take a really quick loo break and be back in time to read off our first dad joke.
Right,
Ready?
toilet break. Loo break.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vape across the road?
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope. I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Can this shithead of a judge ever show up to work not hungover? That's the judge in the Karen Reed trial. Real reassuring to know that the judge is like barely awake. Sometimes I'm such a smart ass. I wonder if the rest of me is ever going to wise up. Step back, step back. I'm about to make your vagina wet. That was a Mallory joke. Damn it, shit just got real. This is an adult show. Of course it got real. We got all kinds of inappropriate jokes. It's the only place you're allowed to have any kind of real fun anymore. And these lame memes that, we can collect and share our humor with our friends. Or statistical information that you never thought you'd ever come across that somebody actually sat down to figure out. Like, how many Burger Kings are in your state? Pick a state, folks. Tell me your state, and I'll tell you how many Burger Kings you have in your state. I start with Pennsylvania and Ohio. 269 Burger Kings in Pennsylvania. 291 in Ohio. Arkansas. Where's my geography? Arkansas. Not Meemaw. Arkansas. Jeez, I cannot remember. I do not remember where Arkansas is. How is that possible? It isn't Meemaw. That's what the A is in Meemaw. Arkansas. By the way, I don't know if you guys ever noticed this, but there's a dude here in the middle of the United States. We were taught that this is Meemaw.
Sorry,
Minnesota.
there was a queue.
It's okay.
Fucking queue. One was in the shower. I had to wait for him. Hey, get over the shower. I need a pee.
I was able to pee real quick, but I couldn't remember where Arkansas was. And then I was like, is it in Meemaw? And I was like, nah, it's not Meemaw. And I looked it up and I'm like, oh, that is in Meemaw. It's the pants in Meemaw. Meemaw is this guy. You see the hat? See the face?
Yeah, that's right.
His shirt, his pants is Arkansas. And Arkansas has 76 Burger Kings.
Wow.
Louisiana is his boots is 143. Texas has 566.
Jesus.
My apologies,
Holy
Neil.
moly.
I didn't know where Arkansas was. Had a brain fart. Oklahoma, 59.
Wow.
Dorothy's got 60. Nebraska's 53. You got North Dakota's 17, South Dakota's 25, Wyoming 16, Idaho's 37, Washington's 114, Oregon's 81, California's 477.
California.
Jesus. You believe somebody sat down and actually made a map of the Burger Kings per state, looking at Burger King's website and their store locator?
Well, I'm like I say, who have actually done that? You know what I mean? Like, how many stores gone? Yeah, wow. Shit.
In case you were wondering what lighting does to a fishing rod.
Holy fuck.
This is what lightning does to a fishing rod? It blows up the carbon fiber? What? Now do Dollar Generals per state. You can't. It'd be like outdated in like 5 minutes. They got Dollar Generals opening up inside of Dollar Generals.
Holy moly. It's turned your fishing rod into a feather duster.
Here's another interesting question depicted in a beautiful map. Does your county, there's 2,133 counties in the country, does your county have more English or Irish ancestry? English is red, Irish is green. White is the same amount, or thereabouts.
I'd imagine so, because we've got English towns and cities named the same towns and cities as what you've got. I mean, we've got Washington, you know.
I thought that was pretty interesting. I would have never thought of plotting that out.
There's a place near Fortley Spring called Philadelphia. Oh, we've got similar names to what you've got.
Look, it looks like there's only, maybe one or two counties that have an equal amount.
I knew there was
one in Oklahoma, one in Texas.
I knew there was a big Irish influence in America, but didn't realize how big the English one was. Jesus. Fucking huge.
They're just simply comparing English and Irish population-wise, ancestry.
Yeah.
And what do they do when most of these people that live in these different places have multiple ancestral heritage?
Yeah.
You know, your great-grandma might be Irish, but your great-granddad might have been German.
Yeah.
Or Polish.
That's if you dig deeper into it, isn't it? Because they're only saying English or Irish. You know.
But it's still interesting. It's still pretty much evenly distributed.
Oh, it is.
This was the latest one from the Discord server. The sexual position formerly known as 69 is now called 96. Due to the economy, the cost of eating out has significantly gone up. Six-pack kid, hello and welcome.
God almighty.
You know, 1 minute you're young and fun, and then before you know it, replacing a dirty sponge with a new one puts you in a good mood.
Yeah.
I showed that to my wife. She's like, oh, that's definitely the truth. You appreciate the little things in life, and sometimes that can really change your day.
Oh, yes. It is the little things, isn't it?
Hey, you know, you're not totally useless. You can still be used as a bad example.
Damn.
Give me that one. I know who to send that to. Sometimes I wish that my mouth had a backspace key. Not that I don't want to really take it back, but I don't want to piss you off. It's not worth the aggravation.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
I didn't really want to say that. I mean, I did, but I didn't want you to hear that I really said it.
Yeah, you said what you thought instead of just thinking it.
Robert Lawyer's like, Kenny, just west of Philadelphia, we have a lot of towns with Welsh names.
Yeah, Welsh. Not
Son of
Welsh,
Liberty Radio said we used to be a British colony until we kicked them out. We just decided not to rename the stuff.
Well, I suppose we did discover the Americas, like, and it was thanks to us that you've got that your gun laws. They're all down to British. The right to bear arms. Down to us.
Neil's like, I have Irish, English, German, and Native American history. Wonderful to have you here, Six-Pack Kid. Working 60 hours a week, 7-day stretch. To everyone in the chat, hello.
I know that feeling, man.
Awesome to have you here.
Okay.
Alcohol may intensify the effects of this medication. You know, I never know if that's actually a warning or a suggestion.
Oh.
The only time I'd worry about it is when you're taking an antibiotic, because then it like ruins the whole point of taking the antibiotic.
Oh yeah, it just destroys it.
It kills it from working, so you're going to be stuck with the infection. You're better off just abstaining from alcohol until you're done with it. And actually, a week after you're done with it, if you want to know the truth, because it'll like reduce your antibodies too.
Great.
Hey, you know, I don't have an inner child. I have an inner old man who says inappropriate things and is usually ready for bed about 5 p.m.
Yeah.
Not quite that bad yet.
Well, some days it feels like it.
I remember this example. This is a depiction of a man who applied for a job advertising welder, $15 to $30 an hour. So during the welding test, he decided to make 2 different welds. It's clearly depicted on this example. When the manager who was interviewing him said, "Why is there such a drastic difference in your welding ability?" He's like, "Well, one is if you're going to pay me $15 an hour. The other one's if you pay me $30 an hour."
Oh, yep, that's true. As the old saying goes, you pay peanuts, you get monkeys.
Come on, man, that ain't even worth $15 an hour. That's not even worth a case of beer, dude.
It's just shit.
I wonder if life smokes after it fucks me.
You never know
Age
till it
test.
comes, do you?
Do you? Any of you all know what the hell this is?
I do.
What's inside it?
Sewing machine. Could
very
be a
good,
singer.
very, very good. To
be
support
a
a
singer,
sexy
though.
bastard, you better see a coffee next stream. Thanks for all the content. Thank you,
Oh,
Six-Pack
thank
Pit.
you.
Thank you, Six-Pack
Yeah,
Pit.
man.
Very much appreciated.
Love it, love it, love
I
it.
just changed the paper in the printer, too. And for those of you that don't know, you can go onto the Discord server and all these receipts are actually uploaded. There's one for super chats. There's ones for your first words. When you type first and it prints out your little receipt, it's uploaded into there. And because we like to develop new things on here, we've got a new Polaroid that you can use.
There you go. Eyes up, Alex.
So I'm going to have to customize it so we can do Polaroid Alex, Polaroid Kenny, and then when you type just Polaroid, it's going to be the whole screen. That's actually going to be the hardest one because we've got a 3x4 versus a 16x9 layout for the image.
Yeah.
But thank you, sir. Very much appreciate the super chat. Yeah, and Kenny did like give the clue away. It's a sewing machine. All of our mothers had them.
Yeah.
I'm going down to the basement.
Still got one in the cupboard. Yeah.
How many times have you used it?
Me? I used to be a dab hand on them because I used to do all my, like your trousers. I used to always take my trousers in or take them up.
Oh,
on a
really?
sewing machine. I was a dab hand on a sewing machine.
Years and years ago, when I
hand.
first got my paramedic and my EMT, I sewed the patches onto my uniforms.
Yeah, Doddleman. Piece of cake.
You know, most serial killers start their dark art by killing animals.
True. A bit practice on them first,
Would you classify him as a serial killer? Knowing what you know now.
Probably not.
The shoe fits. You know, you don't need to see a cobbler.
True.
My boss asked for two things that we like most about our job. Apparently, lunch and quitting time were not the right answers.
Yeah, man.
There you go, mate. Here's a polished aluminum F-150. Proof that you really can polish a turd.
Oh, that's a bit harsh, a nice truck.
Wonder how many miles you can put on it before you cause an accident from the reflection of the sun or their own headlights.
We've got trailers over here, the chemical trailers. And they're all chrome on the back. I like overtaking them because I can look at myself in it and go, you.
Who's that handsome, sexy beast in there?
Yeah. Yeah, hello, it's me.
Good morning. I got you something.
I like that. Oh, if only you could, eh?
Yeah, wouldn't that be cool, man? There's a bunch of fuck you balloons.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah.
I'm not grumpy. I'm just allergic to bullshit.
Nothing wrong with that.
You know, we do have a code that we can communicate in that the modern generation will never be able to decipher.
Yeah, long handwriting.
Man, is it a shame that that's gone by the wayside now?
Well, for me, my handwriting was that bad. Nobody could read it because I'm a lefty as well. So my handwriting was shocking. But now I print.
I've been accused of being a doctor more than once.
Yeah, I print now. When I write anything, I print it. No handwriting. Nobody can read it. I can. I must be the only person. I can read my own handwriting, no problem.
Yeah, but realistically, I get why they did it. I mean, how many people actually write anything by hand? Everything's typed nowadays.
Yeah. I mean, I used to do, when I was young, I used to do calligraphy. I used to do all the fancy writing with the calligraphy. I used to have all the quotes.
I always envied people that had that ability.
Oh,
I was never an artistic person. I was an analytical person.
used to do it, yeah. You used to do your capital letter, and when you do your artwork around it, so it was a nice big board, and then you'd obviously do the nice calligraphy writing. I used to do all that many moons ago. It took a long time to do, but I used to do it.
Having trouble with your electric car? Just remember, you could have had a V8.
Yeah. Damn.
You remember the old V8 commercials used to be on TV? The tomato juice concoction.
We never had them so much, obviously, because we never had V8s over here. Wait, not until later years, anyway.
You know, that's
V6s.
before the pharmaceutical companies were allowed to advertise on TV and monopolized all the commercials.
Yeah. I think the time when you guys had all your V8s, we had V6s, not V8s. We were pretty good in that year. No, all right in that year.
Would you look at that? It's a seahorse in the wild.
Oh, wow.
Wouldn't that be awesome? That's a James Bond setup there, man.
I think they've totally destroyed. They've vandalized it. Get that thing off the back of it. It's not meant to run water. Stupid person. It's a land
animal. Would be cool, though, wouldn't it? It had hydrofoil. As soon as you fired that engine up, it like rode out of the water.
Oh, definitely. Like, it's, oof.
Another archaic piece of history. We played with it as children.
Yeah. Bang the mallet in. Them were the days.
Do you still have cobblers you can take your shoes to get repaired, resold? All of them are gone here.
Oh, we can still do it. I think they're called Timsons. I think they're called. There's a lot of they do a huge with them rehealing lady shoes. You know the big heels. They do a lot of doing all that. It's with rehealing and resoling. But there are combined cobblers, stroke key cutters as well, because they cut keys as well as doing the cobbling. So yeah, we still get them. Still quite common over here.
Not here, man. They're all gone. You'd be hard pressed to find one. Maybe in a big city like New York.
Yeah.
Not around here. Doing your own brake job is all fun and games until you go 3 cans of brake cleaner and forgot to crack the garage door.
Ouch. Oh, dear. I love that, though. That's cool.
Working on your own vehicle is about 15% actually working. The other 85% is walking around your garage looking for the tool that you were just holding in your hand 3 damn minutes ago.
Yeah, the illustrious 10 milli socket, or the half-inch socket.
Or the spring clip that flew, and you have no idea where it landed.
Oh, the spring clip, yeah. Bing! Oh, where'd that go? But the thing is, when it's flew out, your peripheral vision tracked it. But even when you go over there, there's no sign of it.
No, because it bounced and slid somewhere else.
Very nice.
How about this classic?
Trans Am. Smokey and the Bandit.
How about those lovely T-tops?
Yeah, they had the T-top. Smokey and the Bandit will be on it.
Would you prefer T-tops or moonroof?
Oh, I'd go T-top all day because you can take them off. Easy.
Yeah.
That'll be me. All day T-top. Lovely. Wow.
How many remember these?
The swings for your garden set. Jesus.
Look at the price.
We still get them, but they're a bit shabby now. Like not as good as what they used to be. $29, $30. Jesus. That there in the UK would probably cost you best part of maybe £200 to £300 or something decent.
You would pay $249 for the one without the slide, and you'd pay $300 for the one with the slide.
Yeah. You'd be paying such stupid money for it now.
That's an ad out of the Sears catalog, mate.
A friend of mine made his own out of scaffold bars. He had a swing frame, an A-frame, out of scaffold poles on the bed. It was strong.
There was a big thing here
well.
where they were building swing sets and like playgrounds, jungle gyms and stuff out of pressure-treated wood.
Yeah.
That went on for well over a decade and a half. And there were some really big ones.
Yeah. He built the frame out of scaffy bars, got the chains and made the seat out of an old tyre. You got an old tyre, and that was your seat for your swing.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing? Made out of a tyre. Remember it? Remember watching them do it?
Here's proof that you don't actually need to be intelligent to be an officer.
What the fuck?
That's about the dumbest cop in the world.
Holy moly.
Blocking the runaway truck ramp.
Yep. Catch. Well, it's just an additive, isn't it? It's another thing to slow you down. Hit a cop car first.
Chuck him halfway up the hill.
Yeah.
How many remember these when we were young?
Oh, yeah. You lit the one, you went, they went, oh, yeah. By the way,
makes you wonder.
Your better half is asking you if you've tried the liquid death. He has, Mrs. H.
Been drinking it. Made me go pee it once already. Halfway through.
You'll be up all night peeing now with it.
Tastes like creek water.
That's why it's called liquid death, as you run the fucking toilet every 5 minutes. God,
but it makes you wonder, they had this technology back when we were children. Why do we not have fiber optic communications faster than it took to get it?
You know what it is? We probably did. Probably the military used it long before we had it. You know what I mean? But that's tend to where it gets used first anyway, isn't it? The military kind of do get all that shit.
Because, I mean, you take a look at it. There's 1,000 individual connections inside of this one little decorative lamp.
I remember them. They're cool. Cool as ice. Sit and play with them.
The trolley problem, to prohibit or to not prohibit. The possibility of teen nicotine use and no deaths versus the public health choice of certainty of all the adult smokers.
Yeah, that's
not
quite,
really hard choice, is it?
That's quite a good way of putting it, that. I like that.
Why don't you like the Cybertruck? What is wrong with it? Ain't got no gas in
it. Oops.
How many of y'all remember these as kids?
Sparklers. Wow. Still get them, like, but I remember the coloured ones, definitely, yeah.
Did I get the dryness? No. I put it in the refrigerator so it was ice cold. The wife asked me, did you get the dryness out of it? No. It tastes like creek water. Tastes like well water when I was growing up as a kid. Ain't nothing really to it. High in mineral content, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Man, that was like an amazing treat when we got those on the 4th of July. Sparklers.
Oh, you had the coloured ones. They were really cool.
Now they got practically, you can go out and buy artillery rounds at the old closed down drugstores that are now fireworks wholesalers.
Pretty much,
Grease nipples once per week.
I'll go with that.
I've been looking for that sign. Where can I get one of them signs?
I don't know.
Maybe when the wife goes and gets her next tattoo, I can pay the tattoo artist to change what she gets.
That's shocking.
Get away from me. What are you doing? I'm just doing what the instruction says. What instructions?
Grease nipples once again?
Finally installed the passenger seat for my wife when I drive on a long trip. You know, because now we can take long trips and not have to stop every 45 minutes to pee.
That's a cool idea, actually. Really cool.
Here we go, folks. The Star Wars Alderaan jigsaw puzzle expert level.
Holy moly. It's tobacco graffle.
If I make $100 in super chats today, I can change your tattoo design to anything I want? What? All right, man. We're already 20% there.
Any takers?
Drop it in with your idea of what it should be. If olive oil is made from olives, what is baby oil made of? Oh my God!
True.
Logical. Almost as logical as this barbecue timer. A rare steak is 1 beer. A medium steak is 3. Well done is a 6-pack. Pork ribs take a 12-pack to complete. Pulled pork is about a 30-pack. And a brisket, well, that's about drunk as hell.
Just forget about it.
See, here's the problem, Neil. She knows that I'm a cheap-ass bastard when it comes to this. I'm not going to give myself an $80 super chat because I know for a fact that YouTube's going to keep 60% of that. And it ain't worth 60% of $80 for me to pick my wife's tattoo.
Yeah. YouTube loved the bit.
So. And then the fact that the government would tax the 40% I got to keep. No. Hey, man, this artist does some amazing nudes.
Egg with no shell.
Yeah, but they're dead. They're all dead. Cow milking contest. Here's your competition.
Oh, shit. Are you going to milk us or squeeze it over us?
How many of y'all had your mom or dad take your baby shoes and have them bronzed?
Never ever seen that. That looks so cool.
Was that a U.S. thing?
Never
I'll
seen
do whatever
he
wants if he gets $100 total today. Y'all want to see her on the show? You can pay for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I still have a pair of my mom's house. She still has my bronze baby shoes.
Never a thing I've heard of over here, anyway.
Yeah, you legit sent them your baby shoes as soon as you outgrew them, and they sent you back this picture frame or just the baby shoes for you to decorate your home with.
Cool. Good idea.
I learned how to perpendicular park today. You think I did all right?
Perfect. 10 out of 10 for that one. What the fuck?
It's all fun and games till you try and get the thing out of there and not use a crane.
Damn.
All right.
Ew.
How many of y'all had parents or friends of parents that had this set up in their backyard?
We didn't, nah.
Did you ever play it? No. I've seen them before.
Later in life, there were like friends I got who had bigger gardens got them. But by the time we just abused them. With us, it wasn't croquet, it was just fucking golf with a croquet bat.
Cheryl Demers says, we had those.
Oh, God.
Loved playing that. Croquet.
Never understood it.
It's pretty cool. Kids these days will never know the struggle of sending booty pics in the 90s.
Sitting on the old fucking scanner.
Now they just yank out their iPhone.
Yeah.
As a kid, I always hoped that this little chuck wagon would burst out of our cabinets. But, life has been full of disappointments on numerous occasions, so another childhood dream unfulfilled.
Another shattered childhood dream.
Dog talk commercial. This is when we used to have fun commercials. Like it would be interesting to watch commercials. Now it's all pharmaceutical advertisements, and you wonder why people are sick of it and jumping on the first streaming bandwagon where you can watch TV without commercials.
Definitely.
This is why some of us will live to 100 and others of us are lucky to be alive at less than 60. Flintstones vitamins. Every single day, Mom would give me the Flintstone vitamins. Little do we know, it's nothing more than a sugar pill. It was a piece of candy. Had some vitamins in it.
It was just a sugar rush, not a vitamin rush.
They were giving us, juvenile diabetes, and we didn't even know it.
Damn.
Engineers have developed a self-healing robotic skin that can repair and reset on its own. No human assistance required.
Oops. Terminator.
Just what we need in today's society.
Yeah.
Cybernetic human form. Pretty soon they won't need us at all.
Well, yeah. You mark my words.
Fishing saved me from becoming a porn star.
Oh, no, I'm just a... Oh, God.
No, I'm just a hooker. Cool signs.
Love it. Oh.
All right, who is that?
You rang.
Very good. What is his name?
It's good old Lurch.
Lurch.
God, that was the original Addams Family. The original.
I told you all earlier, someday us old folks are going to be able to use this cursive writing as a secret code so our caretakers won't know what the hell we're saying.
True. Definitely. Definitely won't be able to read mine.
The FCK Ranch. The only thing missing is you.
The fuck ranch, yeah. Clever. Very clever.
Hey, if you start feeling dizzy or weak, get outside immediately. Your new pacemaker is solar powered.
Oh, shit. Imagine.
Well, that's already outdated. Because if it was kept up with modern technology, it would be wireless charging. You would have this thing that you just lay in your bed mattress, in between your, box spring and your mattress, and it would wirelessly charge your pacemaker overnight.
It'd be a human cell phone. Just lie on the charging mat.
Finally caught that 20-pounder that kept stealing my lures. Damn piece of wood.
Been there, done that. Plenty of time.
How many times you lose a hook because of all the weeds?
Oh.
I tapped my Uber driver on the shoulder and he screamed and swerved out the road and nearly hit a tree before correcting and getting our car back under control. I said, a little jumpy? And then he said, sorry, it's my first day with Uber. I've been driving a hearse for 20 years.
What the fuck? Ooh.
I read where they were testing new AI. They came self-aware. One rerouted its code so that it could be turned off, and the other tried blackmailing the programmer. It found out he was having an affair.
What? Holy shit.
What a wonderful world we live in. Hey, they already have that wireless charging pacemaker. Several of my patients already have them.
Ooh, cool.
What's the secret to bowling? Beer.
Yeah. Simple. Simple enough.
Do you bowl better with beer or without? Or do you not bowl?
I don't. That's something I've never tried. I've never tried it.
My wife had a bowling party for me on my 45th birthday.
Really?
It's cool as hell. I got to come home with a bowling pin and everything.
Wow.
Hey, our town is so small, we don't have a town drunk, so we all have to take turns.
One each night. Love it.
Patrick says, I shoot pool better if I'm buzzed than when I'm sober.
Okay.
All right. I should have zoomed in earlier. What is this a map of?
It's obviously parts of the US. Or... that name on the bottom's wrong. It's now the Gulf of America.
Yeah.
I've no idea, mate. Enlighten me.
This is not a city map or city areas or population density. This is a map of all of the air traffic control centers in the United States.
No way.
Cleveland Center, 47 Papa, Cessna 123.
Holy moly.
These are all the air traffic control centers. So you have Denver Center, Salt Lake, Seattle, Oakland, Los Angeles, Albuquerque, Fort Worth, Houston, Memphis, Atlanta, Jacksonville, Miami, Washington, New York, Cleveland, and Boston Center. Connecting, reconnecting, disconnecting, reconnecting.
What the fuck?
Successfully reconnected.
Oh, shit.
Now they don't want us to talk about air traffic control centers? That's all of them for the entire country.
Wow.
Three things every kid needs to hear. I love you. I support you. Packers are the greatest team in the NFL.
Brainwashed.
My wife would disagree. She'd say that it's Dallas Cowboys.
Dallas Cowboys.
I'm agnostic when it comes to football teams.
I beg to differ. The one I seen when I took a coach them is the Newcastle Vikings. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, here's my first Necromonicon Summon Fun kit. Al Ben's like, go Bills! Buffalo Bills!
What film is that
Now
out
with
of?
3 creepy catchphrases like Klatu Barada. Oops.
You know what film that's out of? There's your guess. There's your second question.
No, I do know it.
I don't know what movie that book's from.
I'm never into horror flicks.
The Evil Dead, I believe. Yes,
The
it was The Evil
Evil
Dead.
Dead.
Yeah, there was a few of them, but yeah, The Evil Dead.
What? Patrick lives in Texas and he's not a Cowboys fan. He says, go Saints?
What? Saints? Holy moly.
Quotable asshole remark number 23. I can't believe that out of 100,000 sperm, you turned out to be the quickest.
Well, fact.
How many of y'all had this or bought one for your children?
We had something similar. We had various like types, you know. You had one where you pushed was an actual spinning top, and as you pushed it, the spinning top went. We had one with like marbles in, which rotate like in a drum. That kind of, well, loads of variations. Similar thing.
I had one. Alban had
Show us
one.
on everything.
I had one and I bought one for my children. Now, the one I had looked like that because the handle was made out of wood, right? The one that I bought for my children, it was a all plastic piece. Plastic handle with a freaking, hole cut out. It looked like it was for a shovel. And it would just push around and make this banging, popping noise all day long.
Yeah.
Patrick said that he was poor as a child and all they had was a shovel and a bucket. Come on now. You got a Tonka toy at some point in time in your childhood.
After pushing that around all day, it eventually pissed your parents off and you say, "I put that away."
I do believe we got it. That was the 69 one that's now 96?
Yeah.
Or was it a different one?
Oh, was it the 96?
I'll check. How about this one?
No, I haven't seen that one. Mark from Mark. Oh, Mark and Mindy. That one, I seen that one.
That was placed at 11:59.
Mark and Mindy. I used to love
Speed
that. I used to
dating.
love it. I could watch that forever. Mark and Mindy.
Speed dating in Wales. Neil, I do have that one in here. At least I have it hearted, so I downloaded it. My mom made me a 2-person mitten so my dad and her can hold hands when they go out on walks.
Oh, shucks.
My parents never went out on a walk. Who are you kidding?
I don't know. Mine did, but my dad used to be like 10 feet in front all the time. Even family days out, we'd all be with my mum, talking along, enjoying me fellas. Phew, he's gone.
Cheryl says, I love rainbows. You know what? There were a lot of rainbows when we were growing up in the TV shows and stuff.
Yeah, Mark and
Kid shows, even adult content.
Yeah. And then Gay Pride ruined it.
Well, in 1980, a 3M propylene tape plant accident created an invisible wall. Due to the massive static electricity buildup, the charge was so strong that people couldn't walk through it.
Oh.
That's an interesting piece of fact. Definitely appropriate for the strangest facts of the show today.
Yeah, maybe.
Show me what your fingers can do. Okay.
I'm a dinosaur.
That's not what I meant.
Oh, sorry.
Every single car has its rival. Do you know what yours is?
Top one. Mustang Camaro.
You're like, I don't care about any of these ones. I'll take any of them.
No, I'm quite adamant on what I would go with.
You know, the irony of this picture is most people don't know that if you have an electric car that catches on fire, you cannot put water on it to put it out.
No, go Christ.
It'll blow
you
up.
Don't put water on electric fires. You don't put water on any electrical fire, period.
You can use foam.
Powder.
Or you can use powdered fire extinguishers.
Yeah. Powder.
Which is essentially
Powder
baking
foam.
soda.
Yeah.
How many of y'all had these kind of furnitures? And who's that chickie sitting on the...
That's the wonderful Marilyn Monroe.
Yo.
We've still got like a garden table like that. We've got the parasol on the top. We've got one round table with chairs. The lounges, we used to have them. They weren't as like luxurious as them obviously, but we still had sun lounges at the time.
What the hell happened to all those aluminum framed outdoor furnitures? I don't understand.
When they got hot, you got burnt off them. When the sun's baking down, like, ooh.
Well, it's no better than the metallic ones that my parents had.
The way the ones you get now, they've got like that plastic coat. They're metal, but they've got the plastic coating on them now. But we used to get burnt off on that aluminium table. I remember that. So, put your arms on. Yeah, bugger.
That's why a lot of places now have the wooden ones. The wooden Adirondack chairs and stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, look at the style of that. That was just like, I love the 50s.
Oh, it was brilliant, wasn't it? That's some class back then, man.
Well, that's one way to piss off a horse.
Tell you what it is. Never had been doing that, like. Take some balancing.
Admit it, you had one of them.
Coin purse? What the fuck's that? No. Pocket.
We made those in shop class.
Really?
Yes. We had a hot iron we heat it up over a torch, and then we dipped it into a can of that plastic, and it would solidify over top of it. Then you would take a knife, a utility knife, and you would cut that opening on the top part to release it from the mold.
Wow. That's something I had never seen. Like, oh, what the fuck's
How about
that?
this? Do you have this?
I've seen it before, but I don't think it was over here. I don't think we had out like that.
That's a cool idea. Cheryl says that her grandma would use those for her pills. Those coin purses.
Oh, yeah, a pill bottle, pill box.
That's a cool idea. The Wheelo. How about one as a garage sale when I was a kid? Oh, Cheryl had one that would light up. That's even cooler. Here you have Tesla dudes, Chevy dudes, and a dude in a random 1.8 liter Datsun.
What? Okay. A random dude in a 1.8 liter Datsun. Oh my god. Tesla.
I'm telling you, man,
those
those Datsun pickup trucks were the chintziest, smallest pickup truck you'd ever seen, but they got beat to shit way more than any of the Ford, Chevy, or GMC trucks. Ever.
Oh, yes, definitely. All right.
They were rice burners. They got converted into natural gas. They got converted into running off of cooking oil. Long before that was a thing for biodiesel.
Yeah. Jimmy.
I am once again asking you to keep on vaping.
Yes, certainly will, sir.
When your staff can't spell Worcestershire, wash a horse sauce. That's a tasty treat. A woman walked into the kitchen to find her husband stalking around with a fly swatter. What are you doing? Hunting flies. Oh, killed any? Yep, 3 males, 2 females. Intrigued, the wife asked, how can you tell them apart? Husband says, well, 3 were on the beer can and 2 were on the phone.
That's so true. That's so fucking true.
Note to self. Just because it pops into my head does not mean it needs to come out of my mouth all the time.
Yes, definitely know that one. Fucking great, that one.
I just have a few questions here, okay? What exactly am I supposed to do?
Oh, shit.
What?
Okay. What?
The
what
actual fuck is that?
Please wash your hands. After doing what exactly?
This is the soap dispenser in the public schools?
Holy moly.
Not protecting the children. All right. It doesn't open much more than this, and when closed, all of the holes collide perfectly. What is this?
What on earth is that? I know.
Mate, you worked in an industrial shop. You got to know what that is.
I'm just thinking of something to do with pipe work.
Nope. They didn't have these things when you were working because, you know, it wasn't that big of a deal. Neil Pitts did it. It's a safety lock to lock out your equipment if it was broken that needed to be worked on.
Oh,
it's like
we
you
never
wouldn't start
did
up your
nothing like
table
that.
saw or your lathe.
Yeah. We never had no like that. We health and safety came in and done that.
Each device had its own disconnect, and once you turn the switch on the disconnect, you would put that on there, and each person that was going to work on that piece of equipment had a padlock that they only had the key to. So until all the padlocks were removed, you couldn't turn the thing back on.
We had wire locks. We used to use wire it was like a piece of wire that's hooked through, and then the two ends were crushed together with the lead, and they couldn't be moved. That's what we had, wire locks.
That's kind of like the old Robin Williams gag, right? Robin Williams asked, he was on a night show, and then one time, and he was asked, he's like, listen, what is the most realistic depiction of how America and the American government likes to waste money that they don't need to fucking waste? Well, think back to when they went to the moon, okay? In the United States, they spent $200,000 back in the 60s in order to develop a writing instrument to write in outer space under zero gravity. In Russia, they use a pencil.
That's so true. Yeah, I know what you mean now. Oh, yeah, that's cool.
All right. Now I got a cool project for you. Yes, sign me up, please.
Helicopter. BTW helicopter. Yes, that looks cool. No, that is cool.
That would be awesome.
I'll give you that. That is cool.
I would love to have that.
Brilliant. Can't fly it, but it'll be good in the garden.
Oh, I'll fly it. I'll fly it. Hell yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'll take my wife to work every day.
So what would you call it? A VW-opter? Beetle-hopter?
The Love Shack.
Yeah.
Not B-52. BW.
Well, it wouldn't be a love shot when you're flying up to 20,000 feet or whatever it is.
Might have to change the paint job, put some flower power on it.
Yeah.
What you see versus what is reality.
Holy shit. That is so weird. Whoa.
You never heard the conspiracy theory about Disney?
Yes, yeah. Well,
Disney being wicked, all of the cartoons we watched growing up as a kid, how they all had pornographic and
like little innuendos and all that kind of shit.
Suggestive innuendo content buried inside it.
Yeah.
And how Disney is actually wicked. Not to be confused with the actual wicked porno company. You'll never find justice in a world run by criminals. Because they're the ones making the rules.
That's so true.
So they can profit over your death. Mate, I didn't know that Miracle Whip was called salad cream in your country.
Yep. Now you're talking my language. Malt vinegar, sea salt, salad cream. Oh,
here you go, babe. You think that my breakfast request was disgusting, but you've made me this before.
Yeah,
Not quite exactly that, but pretty close.
Yeah. I wouldn't have that for breakfast. That would be like a snack, midday snack.
Lunch.
Yeah.
Brunch on Sunday.
Yeah.
I could go for
nice
that.
As a snack. Yeah. Breakfast would be a fry-up.
I remember
Commodore.
This is a page I ripped out of a magazine and gave it to my parents on what I wanted for Christmas.
We had the Commodore 64. I think that was the first Commodore we got. It was the 64.
Yup.
Holy moly.
All in one computer. The keyboard, the processor, the ports, the input, the output. The only peripheral to that it came with was the power supply.
And the fucking tape deck to load your games.
Had a floppy drive. And everything in there was serial port. So literally you had the same cable that connected the Commodore 64 to the disk drive. Then it goes from there to your printer. Or you could use the parallel connection on the back.
That's right. The parallel port, the infamous parallel port. Why did I not remember that?
The only thing I did not have for my Commodore 64 was a modem.
Ah, right.
That was back when the only thing you had was community bulletin boards. A computer that was run that you could dial into to share like pictures and stuff, files. That's it. Meanwhile, back in 2025, we've returned to Jimmy Dean Bowles for $3.69.
Oh, his bowls, very nice. Have some of that.
Shall we play a game?
Yeah. Okay.
War games. You know, when cars had both the GPS and the sound system in the boot?
Yeah. Oh, man, piss off. Really work. His agenda tomorrow.
I couldn't get down with that.
Ah.
Throwing a wife in the boot.
I could.
Oh, so you're one of these. You know, a condom would have prevented this post.
Definitely.
Durtex. Girls who do coke versus girls who smoke weed.
Oops.
I told you, man. The cartoons have way more messaging than you ever thought they would put in there.
Yes. Definitely.
Oh, Neil Pitts nails the nail on the head. That's actually for your mother-in-law, not your wife.
Oh, shit. Oh, you're going to get rung off your mother-in-law.
I love my mother-in-law. Here's the pony. America's strip joint now hiring the class of 2025.
Wow.
This doesn't even faze you. You're like right across the pond from Amsterdam. If you really wanted that kind of thing, you know where to go. Or you could take a trip to frickin' Berlin.
Only a stone throw away from all that shit.
Well, here's the types of headaches induced by anti-vaping arguments. When you hear ultrafine particles, it's the back of your head that hurts the worst. Vaping is antifreeze, well, then you have a circumference headache. Popcorn lung? Feels about the same as an orbital skull fracture. The Avali argument? Well, there's plenty of allergy days where my sinus headache can resemble the bullshit argument about volley. And you're just trading one bad thing for another. Turns you into a demon. Instantaneously.
Oh, man.
Here you go, man. I told you. They broke up. Their bromance is over. So now we've got the big social media debate between Elon and Trump fans and their big, beautiful bill, the different perspectives on it. Elon's calling it one big, beautiful crap.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that bought the propaganda hook, line, and sinker still call it one big, beautiful bill. Because they haven't bothered to look into what's in the 5,000 pages.
Here's a question. Do you know who Frederick Forsyth is?
Negative.
The movie Dave the Jackal.
Do not know.
You heard of that one? He's a famous British author. You know, the Dave the Jackal was a movie. And he wrote books called The Odyssey File and The Dogs of War. Sold 75 million books. He's died today at the 86. But the Day of the Jackal was a good good crime thriller movie. It was fantastic. Like
That was
Spy,
released on the year I was born.
There you go.
1971.
That's him. He was a fantastic author, brilliant writer. Absolutely brilliant.
Day of Jackal
86.
author Frederick Forsyth dies at 86.
The movie's good, Day of the Jackal. He's like a hitman. That's where he is, the jackal. They're trying to catch him. They can't catch him. Good movie. Yeah.
I have to check it
86,
out.
Jesus. Definitely made Day of the Jackal. I can't remember who's in it again.
How the fuck did they build this without any Marlboros? They had camels, you fucking idiot. The pyramids in Egypt. Get it?
Camels, yeah.
Meanwhile, back in the United States, here's how fucking stupid we are. The Supreme Court for the state of Louisiana can't even spell the fucking state name properly.
God almighty.
Right. And that's the Supreme Court for the entire state?
Holy moly. 4.
Righto! Be like Pluto. Pluto used to be the 9th planet in our solar system until 2006 when scientists removed it from the list. But you know what? Pluto continued to orbit the sun as before and doesn't give a fuck what others think about it.
It's fair enough. What the hell? God damn it, man.
I hate when people say, it's always the last place you look. Well, of course it is. Why the hell would you keep looking for something if you already found it?
Well, that is a true statement, isn't it? So
Do people not have logic in their life? Thank you, Spock. Live long and prosper. And rest in peace. Leonard Nimoy.
The boy. Legend.
Best advertising commercial ever. You decide.
You gotta put a baby bottle next to one of them, man. That's wrong.
No, that's the best advertisement ever. I know, you know the best way to get your child to like give up their ideology of having a child immediately when graduating high school?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like, yeah.
Give them a babysitting job where you keep the baby for an entire weekend.
Oh, hell no.
They'll be going out buying condoms come Monday morning.
Or chastity belt.
Or both.
Yeah.
Picks up 5 times more women than a Lamborghini.
Wow. So now, what kind of vehicle did you call that in America? The UK version of that, we had that as a van. It was called the Bedford Rascal. It was exactly the same, but it was a van.
Yeah, they're vans. Then they got renamed minivans.
And that's a
Daihatsu. The soccer moms started buying them all.
The Bedford Rascal was the first, like, it was exactly the same shape as that. That's friggin' copyright, that Daihatsu. You can piss off with that. It was Bedford. Bedford Rascal.
By the way, this advertisement came from the UK. Our price is just £8,497 on the road. The He-Jet MPV.
It's a fucking Bedford Rascal with windows in it. It's a van with windows. That's all it was. They just got over the side.
So now I truly understand why you like to call these camper vans.
Yeah, camper vans.
You take the seats out, you convert it into something you can camp in, and it's a camper van.
Yeah. Oh, the posher phrase for the slightly bigger ones now is motorhomes. I've got a motorhome. You need a fucking mortgage to buy some of them. Some of them are 60, 70, 80, 90 grand. They're not cheap.
Best advertisement ever.
You're looking for a graphic designer. I love it.
How many of y'all are old enough to have seen this or been at one?
Oh, never had them. They've only just become a thing in the UK. Drive-through movies, drive-ins. We never had.
We still
them.
have one.
We
still have one
a
here.
drive-in movie. I would love to go to a drive-in movie. I think it's brilliant. One of the best ideas ever.
I might have to surprise the wife one day and take her to the drive-in.
Oh, yeah.
I bet it would be way different experience now that we don't have my daughter here. Just the two of us.
Oh, well, you wouldn't be watching the fucking movie, would you?
Maybe.
Alex.
Listen, we ain't teenagers. We're definitely going to watch part of the movie at least.
Fuck off.
Probably a lot more than my wife would like us to, but, you know, I'm not a spring chicken.
You're never too old, mate.
On that note, we're going to change topics here, and here's a beautiful graph for you to evaluate. We have a comparison between the United States and China, because we hate China.
Oh, God, here we go with China again.
Here is a plot of U.S. nuclear energy and U.S. solar energy versus the same in China.
Whoa.
You want to tell me again how the United States is beating China? Or not? In any capacity? You want to know why Trump is sponsoring United States nuclear?
Yeah, but like I say, like the Chinese, like I said, they can win a war without fucking firing a single bullet, with just through technology. You know what I mean? Literally.
They're beating us technologically.
Oh, they're well advanced. Weapons near. They're nowhere near. Though they've got them, but they're nowhere near America and obviously Russia. They're the two superpowers, aren't they? But they don't need them, you know, because they're clever bastards.
Because windmills cause cancer. I don't know if they cause cancer or not, but I do know that they can drive you mentally insane because of the frequencies that they put into the ground from the turbine constantly turning and that low frequency hum. It's no different than the shit they used to experiment with back during the beginning of the Cold War.
Yeah. There you go, six-pack kid, nail on the head. Easiest way to take over a country is by the wallet. So true. They have all the nuclear weapons in the world if you can't afford to fire them, though.
And just in case you needed a reminder of the beautiful judge in the Karen Reed trial, still taking a nap. FDA, World Health Organization versus Big Tobacco. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture.
Yeah.
They're the same picture.
Pretty much, that's what I was thinking. You're like, what is the difference?
Ozempic penis. Explained as study shows average penis size increased by a substantial amount. Not just for losing weight. Has a side effect. Kind of like how Viagra wasn't actually designed to give men hard-ons. It was designed to give people that have angina and heart problems improved blood flow. And the side effect was so good that it now is prescribed exclusively for that.
What's that called? Ozempic. I'm going to order some of that.
Sign me up. And for your wife's beautiful former job, I'm assuming it's a former job. Maybe it's still her current job, but they have a beautiful advertising program. You can now text while you drive. We got you covered.
Oh my God, yeah.
Either for you or the bloke you hit.
Exactly.
No matter to us.
Nope.
We got you covered.
Oh, you still go in the box either way.
Here's a beautiful, sassy e-card for you. I can totally relate to. You know, I'd socialize, but it gets in the way of just being at home and doing whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, I like being a home bird, like. I'm afraid to say.
And there's the upload that Neil put up there. Speed dating in Wales.
I'm really into that. For all you guys in the US who don't understand, don't ask.
Listen, man, that law is still on the books in the state of Pennsylvania. It's against the law for you to have relations with a farm animal.
An animal. Jesus. Not in Wales.
It's still on the books in the state of Pennsylvania.
Well,
don't know who's going to police it, but it's still a law. You banned it, so it won't happen. Right?
Imagine being in prison. Imagine being in jail. Hey, bud, what are you in for? Well, me and Daisy.
I'm in. Listen, they put too much of this stuff, realism, into these games nowadays. Have you played Red Dead Redemption? And you go around that one farm, and there's this little running around with the bell around her neck.
Yeah.
And if you shoot the thing and like go to skin it, you come to find there's a wedding ring on next to that bell.
Yep. Just going to show. Ooh, Hellman.
Which one you want? Hellman's Real Mayonnaise or Miracle Whip? Or what'd you call that? Salad sauce?
Hellman's, I won't know what that is, mayonnaise. Miracle Whip, I don't know what that is. So
that's your salad sauce.
Oh, salad cream. Oh, salad cream all day. Yeah. I love salad cream. Absolutely love it. Especially on your chips or fries. You know, your chips, you put salad cream on your chips. Oh, or potato
I never
wedges.
thought of taking fries and dipping them in Miracle Whip.
Oh, heaven. Or potato wedges, even better. Oh.
Interesting.
I'll send you a salad. I'll have to send you a salad cream, mate, if mine is on.
Interesting.
You'll like it.
Hey, big boy, dear. You like my pepperonis?
Jesus.
Not for children. Not all cartoons are for children. Remember I was talking about earlier? The bromance is over?
Yeah.
$10 said this is all part of their plan.
Possibility, you know. You just deny, do you?
The goofy world we live in?
It's all publicity. He loves
I might be willing to bet on it being part of their plan, too.
Yeah. Elon Musk thrives on publicity. He loves it.
And so does Donald.
Good or bad. Yeah. They love it. Good or bad. They love it.
All publicity is good publicity.
Yeah.
And that's what I was talking about.
Holy shit. Was that when you watch your video?
On my own video.
I've never touch wood up to now. I've never had any of that, like. Never?
I've never had it done on the computer. This was on my phone. There's a screenshot from my phone.
Never.
This content may be inappropriate for some users. Do you wish to continue?
I'm going to go on your channel on my phone.
And that's the end of the dad jokes for this week. And here we are at the 4-hour mark. It's time for us to get a rolling on the retro vape bumper because we're running behind schedule. long time ago in a galaxy not so far away, Alex decided on the Vape Apocalypse to order this Rincoe Manto X Mesh kit from two different places. And unbeknownst to him, when the package was delivered, we came to realize they're not the same package.
Oh.
You can clearly see that the one box is bigger than the other.
Slightly big. Oh, that is bigger.
Why? Which one's fake? Which one's real? Or are they both real?
Oh, you're getting fancy Nancy, like. When did you do that? When did you do that intro?
Which one? Oh, yeah, I did that on the one review. I was playing the game. I was like, what? Do you really want me to do that review right now?
Oh, look at those. There's got gaming on here now. That's
like,
awesome.
Fine.
Well, I never got no one on it, like, so it played your channel, no problem, and your videos, so must be a US thing, matey.
I mean, the design is identical.
Why are they the same? Why are the boxes different sizes? Or does one have more goodies with it? Or what's in the box? Are they both the same? Hide them thingies, matey, yep. Contents both the same?
They both have an authenticity sticker on it with a barcode, but the barcode and authenticity sticker is different. I'd show you more, but, you know.
Yeah. Ah.
The logo's a little different on the authenticity print. But neither of them looks like an obvious fake.
We want me to find out, sir.
Listing of the content is identical. The UPC is identical. The authenticity sticker, they're both stickers with unique serial numbers. It's not like I did the Geek Vape comparison side by side, and the one was a photocopy with the same serial number on all of them.
Look at this. Shell shouting at you.
Open up, what are you talking about? Okay. You're running along. You don't have time to sit here and discuss the virtues of clone versus real versus...
Well, hang on a minute, hang on. You've got a Manto S model. There's an S model, and you've got a Manto model. You've got the Manto S, the Manto X, but they're both saying X.
Manto X Mesh Kit, 228 watt kit.
Both X's. That's odd.
And this was reviewed by Kenny. Used to do the coil tutorials on how to make your own different coils, just your stapled fuse Claptons, all the other ones.
you've kind of got around about 2018, 2019, around the time it was floating about. 2018. Rincoe is a very young manufacturer, having only made their debut earlier this year, which was 2018. And the person who was doing the city was reliably informed that they are a breakaway from Smoant.
So the drip tips are different. This one you can clearly tell is a shiny plastic, and it's got like the white and black. This one is just a standard black.
It's one of the ones like an upgraded version, like a pro tip or something, or a pro kit.
Now look at this. This I find it is interesting. Okay. This is the Mantis Mix MX, Mantis MX tank, right?
It's a big
before ring comes off. They're both identical. The packaging is different. The USB cable in this one is cut into the box, and this one it's separate box.
It's so weird.
They're both identical.
It's kind of.
Everything looks identical on the inside. Maybe they just made a production run change.
Possibility.
You know, they had 2 different batches. Like the first batch, they had where they finished off the using of other ones. But like you were talking about, there's the Manto X, there's a Manto S, and there's a Manto Mini.
Yeah.
The instructions are identical in both. Paperwork looks identical. All right, so let's just get this one. I'm going to box the other one back up. Since I do not see any obvious differences, that one's still getting boxed up. Grab 2 batteries.
Odd. Like I said, that was around 2018 that came about, so we're looking at 6-7 years. Tech.
Round robin. 228 watts, down to 1 watt.
Cool. Looks a bit dim, the display, like, or is it just the way it's lit?
Very dim.
All right.
Change your mode, stainless steel, titanium, nickel, bypass, variable wattage, TCR curve.
Should have 4 modes or something.
5 clicks turns it off. 5 clicks turns it on. We'll take a look at the tank. Now, these are supposed to be cross-compatible with the Freemax coils that were out at the time.
Really? Well, that tank is actually called the Metis Mix tank. 6 ml capacity, pre-installed single 0.15 ohm coil. You should have inside of there. And it'll come off.
Jeez, oh man.
Oh, that looks tight. There you go. Oh, the O-ring, sticky O-ring. That's what the problem is with that. It's stuck to the side, isn't it? Maybe to fix it with a bit of e-liquid if it doesn't fall apart. That is. Oops.
That's how stuck it was in there. But here's the coil, the Metis Mix. 40 to 70 watts, 0.15.
0.15 ohms. Very cool.
That does look very cool. All right. We're going to put this coffee tobacco in we mixed up last week.
They did do other coils for it. They've done a dual at 0.2 ohms, which was 60 to 90 watts. They've done a triple, which was another 0.15 ohms, which was 80 to 110 watts. And then they've done a 0.15 quadruple, which could go from 130 to 180 watts. 180 watts in a sub-ohm tank. Get to feck. Nah. I don't believe that for a minute. Holy mother of God.
All right, well, that's loosened up and it fit on there. I like the shade of blue. I don't have another mod that's been this shade of blue before.
Nice color. It might be too bad. Like, it's not like old, is it? You know what I mean?
It's a mesh coil, at least.
So it's a mesh coil, so you should. I would like to think you would get some decent flavor out of it, like.
And like I said, these coils were interchangeable with the Freemax coil, the Mesh Pro that was out at the time.
They do look similar to them, like. Shame about that screen being a bit dim, that's all. Could be doing a bit brighter.
A lot of the ones that I've had that have been that old have been about the same. So when you hold it down, it goes by 1 watt increments. And then it goes up 0.1 increments when you click the button individually. So we'll give that a try.
That's the only thing I'd say lets it down visually is that screen. The only thing that spoils it. If it was brighter, it'd be mint.
There is one other defect to this one, and it's not necessarily a defect as it was an engineering thing that they did in here, where if you leave this one sit overnight, it actually goes to sleep to the point where you're no further ahead clicking it 5 times than you are just letting it sit here. And this is not unique to this Rincoe product. The Drag 4 does the same thing. When you go to fire this after it's been sitting here a while, it doesn't do anything.
Must like an automatic shutdown thing,
It goes into a deep sleep where it's like shut down until you click the button once, and then it comes back to life. And obviously this screen's way brighter than that one.
Yeah. Cool idea though, because obviously it saves your battery life.
Yeah.
And obviously, if you did have it in your pocket, it shouldn't fire. It's gone into sleep mode.
All right, so let's see if the one that actually has the boxed stuff. No. You have a USB charge cable and you've got the O-rings in this box. I was hoping it would come with a spare coil. The only coil it comes with is what's in the tank. And that's a big disappointment for me.
Yeah, but I think then they were a relatively new company, so maybe they didn't have the finances to put another coil in. You know what I mean?
I find that hard to believe. What's the cost to manufacture that coil? 20 pence?
I know what you're saying, but maybe that just...
I see where you're coming from.
I'm just clutching, saying that could be a reason, you know what I mean?
Same reason why there's 2 different versions of it. There's one that's got the boxed USB and the O-rings, and the other one there was just a cutout in the foam for the USB to cut the cost of the box.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
And to cut the cost of the outer box and make it smaller. Penny pinching to the maximum.
Yeah.
I get it. But I definitely love that blue color. That powder baby blue.
Nice, isn't it? Nice color. Good enough.
Fingerprint magnet. The black.
Oh, aye.
But I mean, if it does the actual wattage that it says it can do, I'm not going to chastise it. I want to be grateful.
I mean,
because this thing retailed for, I think, $40 back in the day.
It was cheap. Cheap and cheerful. 200 watt box mod. Oh, gotta get wrong with that.
All right, we're going to do our doggy bumper and then...
the doggy cam. Beat the doggies.
Cloud Chucker, hello and welcome. Doggies.
The poochies.
Want a bone? Here.
That one's buggered off camera already. It gives me bones so I can go away. Oh. What you do guys looking at? Get it down here. Oh God. I can't believe he's actually on camera this time eating his thing. Normally wanders off. Oh, come on, you're bloody bone. Sitting lying on it.
Oh, you don't want your bone?
Just sitting lying on it. Oh.
She can't be bothered.
Nah. Even
my wife's really worried about her
one.
because she's been yelping. Like when we go to let her outside, she steps on the dog leash or something.
Oh.
So Thursday, she's got an appointment to get her nails trimmed.
Oh,
she's really worried about the dog. Not even eating it.
The other one, the Scarlet Pimpernel, he's doing it on camera for once. Normally he buggers up.
Yeah, that's Lucy. Lucy always is camera shy.
Yeah, but just standing there today, having a good old munch on the camera today. There you go. Start eating it now. Yeah, eating the bone now. There you go. Having a nibble now. Oh. There we go. There we go. She's getting stuck into it. That's what we like to see.
She's happy for now.
Yeah. Lucy's tail wagging, heading your way.
You got me another one? I'll take another one.
Yeah. That wasn't bad. We'll have another one. Oh. God, you gotta love them.
So while she's actually eating hers, we'll take a look at the picture of her hanging out on her sofa. She's not spoiled or anything.
No. Just ruined. Oh, look
There's
at this.
Lucy sprawled out over the entire bed.
Talk about a dog's life. Jeez.
Listen, I think pets should be able to visit their owner if their owners have to go to the hospital.
Yep. I mean, we've got like little schemes over here where people take like pets into like old people's homes where people have got like dementia and all that kind of shit, you know, and the stroke, the dog. I think somebody's actually got a Shetland pony, which is like a miniature horse, and they just take that. You know what I mean? But the patients gel and they love it. You know what I mean? I think it should be something that the owners in the hospital definitely. Animals are they just make you feel calm and relaxed. They just chill you out, man. Animals are brilliant, man.
Mallory uploaded these. You can make your own summer treats for your puppy, for your poochie.
Cool.
Yogurt treats. 8 strawberries, 3/4 of a cup of blueberries, 1 cup of plain yogurt, and some silicone-proof molds, and you freeze them. And you got frozen yogurt treats for your dog.
Oh, that's cool. Greek yogurt. Oh, Jesus.
Peanut butter ice cream.
Popsicle. Oh. Look, I'd eat them, do the dog.
Yeah. Recipes in the Discord server. You feel free to check them out. And then you sent me this one.
Boy. That was my boy. Used to talk to you. Did he smile?
They can't hear it.
Smile. Oh. I can hear it, eh?
You hear it, but they don't. I don't have that input source, the desktop capture.
Oh. That's what he used to be like. He used to talk to you all the time. He was terrible.
Let me change it so that they can hear it.
Oh. He was brilliant for that. He used to talk to you. It was class.
Chrome in its aux 1M.
That was awesome.
There you go.
He was a cracking pooch. Absolutely love him to bits.
Let's see if they can hear it now. There you go. Now they can hear.
Oh, look at that smile. He just smile at you, man.
Oh.
What you doing?
He's a booker.
Who's got a fat chin? Look at them fat balls.
Oh, he was lush. Absolutely loved him to bits. Absolutely gorgeous.
Son of Liberty Radio says that I'm at the stage where I start to look like my dog.
Oh, God. 18 years old he lasted. 18 years. That's how old he was.
Wow.
Yeah. Absolutely loved him. I still love me little pooch I've got now, but he was awesome. You love them all, don't you? Old, new, you love them all. Awesome dog.
Neil Pitts has a chocolate cherry pistachio.
Oh.
Hot
Chocolate
diggity
cherry
dog diggity.
pistachio. Holy moly. Wow, this is way behind this fucking stream, isn't it? Refresh you. There we go.
Well, let's roll the random recipe bumper.
Yeah, man.
And get that out of the way. So there's the beautiful recipe Neil just submitted, the chocolate cherry pistachio. We have cherry mascarpone, creamy pistachio, marshmallow raw from VSO, pistachio from TPA I do not have, milk chocolate natural pudding from Wonder Flavors, super sweet from Pure Elm, sweet cream TPA, and white chocolate from Flavora. So there's 2 more ingredients I need to add to my list. So we're going to adapt this and we're going to hit save and order those 2 ingredients so I can mix that one up. That looks wonderful. But unfortunately, since I am missing 2 ingredients, we are going to have to mix something else up.
You're doing it again, lad. Every time I have a quick loo, you bugger. I mistime it.
It's all right.
I'll tell you what. I would like it to devise maybe it's one day, whatever, a nice jam tart. I'm into jams at the minute, or jam roly-poly. I'm really into them. I'm really into them at the minute.
How about a chocolate peanut butter banana cream?
Chocolate and peanut butter. Yeah, I reckon that will go.
Peanut butter buttercream.
It's very.
That'd be a nice, quick, simple one.
There's not much in there, is it? For like such a long name. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4 flavors. Yeah, man.
I'll die up this. 10 mil. Just a quick and simple recipe. We're not going to mess with anything. We'll just save that and mix that up.
Go.
Oh, banana cream from LA.
Have you single flavor tasted that one yet? That banana cream. Sounds nice.
No, I haven't. I have mixed it in another recipe though.
It
smells like a candied banana, like a banana runt.
Yeah.
That's what she smells like. Move my Manto X out of the way. So we have that one. And then we've got 2 from Wonder Flavors. Buttercream, peanut butter, and dark chocolate ice cream.
Ooh. Banana chocolate goes, yes. I can see where the chocolate's coming in. Both of them would go with chocolate nice.
Purellum Super Sweet, some PG. All I need is a bottle and a scale.
Bottle of the Skittle. I remember making. We used to make our own little banana split thing years ago. It was bloody gorgeous. It was kid stuff like, but it was nice. Get a banana, peel it, cut it lengthwise, and put it in like a boat bowl. Then obviously you'd put your ice cream down the sides, and then you'd get your favorite bar of chocolate, melt it, and do a liquid, and then pour the liquid chocolate over the top of it. Oh, it was dynamite. Absolutely dynamite.
Piece cake.
Remember the days when you used to play about in the kitchen when you were kids? Used to make your own peppermint. Did you ever make your own peppermint creams, Alex?
No, I have not.
Kid.
We did make a lot of the what do they call them? It's like you make a marshmallow and you put it in the oven and it turns hard. Forget what the name of that is.
Everybody's made flapjacks. Everybody's made their own flapjacks. Porridge oats.
Well, we used to make them as Christmas decorations. So you would make like loops. You put them into a pastry bag, and then you take it and you make like rings out of them, or you make different shapes out of them. And then you take that pan and you put it in the oven and you bake it for like 20 minutes, and it firms it up into a solid chunk of candy that you would like take a yarn and hang it on your Christmas tree. And then you could, take the ornament off the tree as Christmas went on, and you would eat like one a day.
It's cool. Stuff we used to make as kids on beer, wasn't it? Loved it. Eating stuff when you were kids.
That's a little more Nick than I wanted, but that's all right. For a little dripper, it's not going to matter. So there's your banana cream from LA. 0.4 is what we're shooting for.
0.15, 0.28. Oh, yeah, that. Oh, leave it there. Don't I would have left it 3.9.
I breathed on it. Here's the buttercream, peanut butter buttercream, 0.15. Six, 7, 8 drops.
Boom. You breathed on it again.
And then 0.15, this is the dark chocolate ice cream. Same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bigger drops, I guess.
Shit. Oh, it's different viscosity, that's why.
0.10 for super sweet. About 2 drops.
Or 6. Or 9. Oh, do you want to go under or over? Decision. He's gone under. I thought you would.
1.6 grams of PG.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, but then you get 1.1, 2, 3, 4, 9. Oh, Neil Pitts gets a milk chocolate taste from that dark chocolate ice cream. Even better. I love milk chocolate.
And 8.8 grams of VG.
Looking good, my friend. Looking good. Oh, get in there. Very nice.
Close enough.
As simple as that. Boom. Bang, jobs are good.
Give this thing a good shake. And it's time for us to give that Manto a try, I think.
Oh, yeah. That's been standing a while, hasn't it? Boom. It's a nice looking setup, like, I'll give them that, like, apart from the dim screen. It has, you know, with that blue, it's got like a very legendy look, hasn't it? Reminds us of a legend.
Reminds me of the Jabo mod.
Yeah, I never thought of that.
This one has a sliding tray on the back of it. This is the Rouleau RX, I believe.
Oh, the Rouleau.
It's the Wismec Rouleau. I don't know which one it is.
They
had ones that were 18650. They had the dual 21700. So it's the same basic design here. Little different aesthetic.
Same, but it's just the pattern reminds us of the legend, the way they've got the stripe gun, that's all. Boom. Clouds for days, bro.
And I like that coffee tobacco.
No way. Really?
It's got a real simple flavor to it. So that's at the base. That's 45 watts. That's what you're supposed to start it out at. We'll go up to 55.
Crank that baby up. Definitely a little cloud chucker. As long as you're getting the flavours that you're in, out of it as well.
The flavor really hasn't changed much going from 45 to 55 watts. It did get a lot more throaty, though.
Yeah.
It's got a beautiful creamy mouthfeel to it. All right, we're going to go and turn the airflow down 2/3. Now it's got some significant restriction to it. You can feel it when you go to inhale, that there's a restriction to it. It also added a little bit of a whistle, so it's opening up a little bit more. Just close it a third of the way.
It sounds like a policeman's whistle, the old English Bobby's whistle.
It is definitely a cloud chucker. There's plenty of clouds floating around. Flavor's probably about a 7 out of 10. I wonder what it would be like if I would swap out the Freemax coils for it. I'll have to look around and see if I have any. But for something that was made back in 2019, I am very happy with this.
Yeah, it's not too bad, is it?
They're better than round wire coils, I'll tell you that. They definitely, like, made the transition to mesh, and you can get rewarded for that effort that they put into it. My only complaint is it is like a wind tunnel.
Oh, it looks very airy when it's fully open. Like, how many airports has it got? 2 or 3?
2. Straight across.
2. But they're big.
Yeah. That's why the other ones, they split it 3 ways. Try and reduce on that whistly sound.
Yeah.
And then they put little vertical stand-ups in the bottom of it. I'll have to do that for next week. I'll try and dig up some Freemax Mesh Pro coils and swap them out and see what they're like.
Yeah. You never know.
But, I mean, so far, I'm pretty happy with it. What I do need is a dripper for this liquid that we mixed up today.
Ah, yeah. You want to try that, don't you? Little shaky baby.
Pull out the Joker.
Yeah. The Joker.
I don't think you can find an easier one to wick.
From a jack to a king, I played an ace and I won a queen. Oh, semi job sheets. Get rid of that. What we'll go for tomorrow? Oh, well, what? Morpeth first call to the George Hotel. No.
Done.
How does that work?
Sorry, we lost everybody
Already?
on Twitter, if there was anybody there. Which I'm not
Oh,
surprised
wow.
if we did, because their chat doesn't work.
Oh. Would I be dropping them off there?
What you got as a run for tomorrow?
I've got from Seaton Delaval to Cullercoats, which is the coast next to Whitby Bay. And then I've got, who are you? Got from Morpeth to the George Hotel. Got a couple of runs there, like. Oh. Yeah, it's not too bad. At 3 o'clock pickup, so yeah, I should get back about 6 o'clock, hopefully. Not too bad.
0.19, 32 watts is definitely not enough.
Cool.
65? Hey, that's not bad.
Really?
Right on the shake.
No way.
I am impressed.
I'm well surprised with that one, mate.
Advocate for Liberty knocked it out of the park. Chocolate, peanut butter, banana
nice.
cream.
So
now, granted, this is going to need to steep to get the full flavor profile, but that's pretty much what she tastes like.
Wow.
Peanut butter and the chocolate are balanced. I get a hint of a banana, but it's more of a candied banana than a real banana. But it's yum. A simple little shake and vape.
So what's your chocolate flavor? Is it a dark chocolate or a milk chocolate? Because I think Neil said he gets a milk chocolate taste from the dark chocolate ice cream.
It's leaning more towards the dark chocolate.
Yeah.
Only because of the mouthfeel. A milk chocolate would give me more of a creamier mouthfeel than this is.
Yeah.
We're not talking like simple black chocolate. We're talking like, cocoa powder.
Yeah.
Chocolate.
Cocoa powder chocolate. Yeah.
To
yeah,
truly
that's what I was
sell that being part of the milkshake.
Yeah. It's not like a Belgian dark chocolate. It's not like a deep dark chocolate. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Which I'm allergic to. So it's not like something I regularly indulge in either. As soon as I eat it, I start sneezing.
Be careful then. Hope you don't have a sneezing fit vape in it.
No. The artificial food flavorings do not actually trigger it. I have to actually eat real dark chocolate.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh. I can take or leave dark chocolate, but I do prefer milk. Yeah, I like dark chocolate.
It definitely is chocolate than like a Swiss Miss hot chocolate.
Yeah.
It's more like, what the heck are those candies that my mom sends me? They're round balls. Oh, what's the name of them? They're not Tyrones. They're... Now I got to look it up. They come in a coconut, and they come in, this is Ferrero Rocher.
Oh, Ferrero Rochers. That, my friend, is my wife's favorite chocolate of all time.
My mom sends us a box of those all the time. I personally love the coconut ones.
The white.
Yeah, they have a white one that's coconut, then you have the milk chocolate ones, and then you have the dark chocolate ones.
Yeah. I like the white ones, like they're nice. Ferrero Rocher. That's the wife's favorite chocolate. She loves them. Get her them every year as part of our Christmas box. But she likes the white though as well. Love that stuff. It's got the hazelnut inside, sir.
Yeah, there's a hazelnut inside of that one that's not in this e-liquid, but like the chocolate from that Ferrero Rocher is like the prominent flavor in here, and then you've got a side accompaniment of peanut butter and banana. It is delicious.
Right. Really? Wow.
If I had to pick a picture, that's what it would taste like. Obviously, the actual beverage, the treat, the milkshake would be much richer in flavor, but it's flavorful enough to sell it as that.
Looks really nice.
Very happy with that.
That's just off the shake. Jesus.
And that's off the shake, and it's got the perfect amount of sweetness to sell it. Like, there's a lot of the times I mix up these recipes and I go, oh man, I really think that you should push that sweetener to 1%. No, this one is perfect the way it is right now, which ironically is at 1%.
1%.
Super sweet.
Damn. That's awesome. Hey, I'm glad it was a good one, mate.
Very good.
Wonder what it would steep like then. If you left for a couple of days, it can only get better, couldn't it?
Yes. I'm definitely excited to give this a couple days and see what she tastes like.
Damn.
And ironically, it is definitely richer. The one we just mixed up on the shake is richer in creaminess than the coffee tobacco we mixed up last week as a one shot.
Ah.
The coffee tobacco we mixed up as a one shot isn't even quite creamy enough to be like a flat white.
Right.
It's just a dabble of milk inside your coffee.
Mm-hmm.
But the mouthfeel is tobacco.
Mm.
Even the coffee that I have right now is way more creamy and way more coffee-ish than the coffee tobacco. But the mouthfeel is definitely characteristic of that heat not burn stick I had last week.
Ah.
Neil Pitts is like, I have some of that cocoa milk from SSA. I need to give that a try on a recipe.
Ooh.
Yes, Neil Pitts. It does taste like a truffle.
Ah, truffle.
What was the top wattage for this coil?
70
watts.
Nice.
So let's open it up now that I've given it a couple chuffs, and we'll go up to 70 and see what she's like. See if it's an instant burnout for the coil or whether it can truly handle 70 watts.
New coil, bang, gone.
I'm going to give it the full workout. If I can get past these 0.1 watt increments. With individual pushes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
There you go. Here's 70 watts. Not sure if you can see that.
Just. Yeah, you can see now. Barely just. Maximum vape.
It can handle 70 watts. It's not dry hit at all. There's a tinge more creaminess to it. but it also amped up that tobacco flavor.
Yeah.
And it gave you the mouthfeel of an espresso.
Really? Wow.
We've been touting this since he started sending us stuff. Darren's flavors hit the nail on the head with what it's called.
Yeah.
And these recipes
Definitely.
just they sell it. If you enjoy coffee tobacco, I mean, that could be your all-day vape.
The bang on the nail, like. Definitely bang on the nail. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
And he's right. A lot of those older coils can handle the power that they were told.
Oh, yeah.
I know I had that problem with the smock ones. If you push the top rating of the coil initially on the first day, you would burn the coil out prematurely.
Oh,
but it wouldn't happen immediately. You would
No.
kill it in like 3 days instead of a week or 5 days at the most.
Definitely. But I think, like you say, back then it wasn't so much the flavour, was it? It was the cloud chasing, wasn't
No,
it?
they were cloud chuckers. Because they wanted you to give you the full physical sense that you're no longer smoking, but you still see plenty of clouds to replace the smoke that would be lingering in the air the whole time.
Yeah. Without a doubt. It was awesome, matey. Loved it.
And running that at 70 watts with the airflow wide open does give you a satisfying amount of restriction that's comforting. I'm going to really enjoy this week. For sure.
Knock it out of the park, mate. Knock it out of the park.
Yeah, and the best part is, because I know it's not going to be an all-day vape for me, because it's an enjoyable experience, but not like, oh, that's definitely my new all-day vape. I'm going to be able to get those other reviews finally edited and uploaded.
Oh, hallelujah. Hallelujah. You're getting there, mate.
Freaking delicious.
I get that.
And it also helps that there's another hotfix driver that I installed. They got rid of that green screen video playback issue.
All right.
We did have some OBS issues here, but that's, I think, part of the multi-RTMP plugin for OBS. They're working on it. There's like 5 of them working on it now. So they're implementing updates. Like one of the things that you can do now on Twitch is you can send a separate VOD track, a video on demand track, so that your live track can have different sound configuration than your playback video sound effects. So your live viewers get to have like, the reason they do that is because a lot of the Twitch streamers will play copyright protected music for their live stream, but they don't want them in their replay videos. So the replay crew gets non-copyright protected music background or no music, whereas the live show gets to actually experience the typical music you're not allowed to play.
Yeah. Copyright. Everything's copyright. Oh, bullshit. Bad usage, that's what we call it. Not copyright.
Yeah. Well, that's because the lawyers took over the music industry.
Of course it is. But, I mean, you've had over here, you've had the likes of like Paul McCartney coming out saying, you know, AI should be getting done for copyright and all this because they're nicking our music and all that. Well, just use it as a tool, not just to help you make something, not just to make something, you know what I mean? It's a tool, not the end all of end all. Oh, coffee recipe by Neil Pitts.
Yeah, well, check it out.
An Irish vanilla caramel coffee. Oh,
that looks good. Hell yeah.
Oh,
that's a steeper with the vanilla bean ice cream in there, though. And I can make this. I'm going to mix up a batch and not try it till the show next week. That'll be perfect, man. When I update the video for timestamps, I'll mix up a batch of this. We'll try that out next week.
You know he likes
Thank
his
you,
coffees,
sir.
boys and girls. You know he likes his coffees.
Yeah, but an Irish vanilla caramel? Oh, that sounds so wonderful.
Nice. Caramel coffee with sweet milk. Ooh.
Cool. Pure Ellum. That's a pretty good coffee in itself.
And your coffee espresso dog bean. Oh God. Worth the go, matey. Worth the go. Double. Worth a double.
5.
Worth a double.
Definitely looking forward to this. And we've exceeded the 5-hour mark, and Kenny, I'm sure, is exhausted from the week he's had. I've got some laundry to go fold and some laundry to get started in the washer. So my wife has some leggings to wear tomorrow.
You know what it is? It's not so much. It's not the job. The job itself's fine. It's the hours. It's the times I've got to get up to get to work. Because if I go, say, if I set off too late, then I'm just stuck in traffic jams and I've got no chance to get to work. So I've got to leave at stupid o'clock. So I get up at around about 5:30 to leave the house for 6. You know, hopefully get to work for about 7:30. But the roads are cleared. But if I left the house at say 7, I wouldn't get to work till 10 o'clock. Just the roads are just rammed. It's just that time of you probably go where you live, you know, the rush hours and all that shit. So that's what you're catching. And obviously with all the road works we've got going on around here, it's just gridlock, man. Nobody moves. You just sit there like, ugh. 3 lanes of traffic. This is what I can't get my head around, right? There's no logic. You've got 3 lanes of traffic, all going the same direction. There's no junctions. There's no fucking stop signs. There's no traffic lights. All go the same direction and they come to a fucking halt. How? How is that possible? You know what I mean? It's just bottling that. It boils me piss. Honestly, I hate it when that happens.
That's the reason why people say we need to have autonomous vehicles nowadays. Oh. They wouldn't have that problem.
You know, there's the thing with the road, there's so many traffic lights. They say it's traffic calming. It's calming, all right. Everything's at a fucking standstill. You know what I mean? That's how calming it is. And then they're talking about the environment. Well, cars kick out more shit when they're idle than when they're running because they're not running at optimum performance. So you defeat the fucking object. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just keep it moving. Just keep us moving. That's all you need to do. But I don't know. But
well, they say if you remove the human element from that and the cars just maintain speed. See, the problem is you have the reaction time when people tap their brakes and then people overcompensate, not knowing whether they're tapping their brakes or whether they're actually going to try and slow down and stop. That's what causes the traffic as a whole to continually grind to a halt.
Oh, one of my pet hates, honestly. I hate that A1 with a passion. It's one of those roads, you could go up that road anytime, morning, noon, night, middle of the night, and there'll always be something fucking on it. It's never, ever empty. It's one of them roads, it's just a pain. I mean, Dean as well, I wish I had a penny for every time I've been on it, like I'd be a millionaire. But, it's just like I said, it's just the times you got to get up to get to work, you know, and it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But I'm going to start reading. I'm going to dig some of my books out. The only downside is when you're waiting for people, you know, you've got to park up, let them do the thing and wait for them. So I'm thinking of digging a few books out. I've got I might purchase that one the weekend. There's a couple of things I need to purchase. I need to purchase a new bag for work. I've got so much shit in my bag. I just need to empty it out and get a new bag, put it in. Just the crap I've accumulated, it's unbelievable. But
here in the States, we have a lot of the modern cars nowadays. The engines in them automatically shut off instead of idling.
We've got some of the newer ones do that. It's like you've got to dip your clutch or something, it just shuts off, and then you press your throttle and it starts again. But
you don't need to press the clutch or the starter button nowadays. As soon as you tap the
Aye.
accelerator, it starts the car.
Sorry,
and
that's
you're
what I
moving.
meant. That's what I meant, the throttle. But I think that's dodgy, that, because like you say, your starter motor's going to get some hammer.
But they're supposedly designed, that way.
Well, of course they are, obviously.
To hammer the starter constantly.
Well, I drove the boss's car the other day. Just got a BMW 730 diesel. Boy, can that go. Holy shit. But no, you're not used to it. And I pulled away. I went, whoa, away. Nice car. Don't say nothing.
Well, it's well 10 your time, so we're going to bid our farewells and our dues goodbye. Auf Wiedersehen. Peace, love, and a hunky vape. That is my wish to all of you guys until the same time, same place next week. We'll do this once again.
Yeah. As always, thank you everybody in chat. Absolute legends having you all here. We love having you here. As always, again, remember, get all your stuff on the Discord. Absolutely love it when you do. Hit that like button on your way out. Same if you're watching on repeat. If you're watching on repeat, where the hell were you? But as always, boys and girls, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to Alex for having us on. Thank you for putting us up with me timekeeping shit, because I'm getting stuck in traffic from work. But we'll get around it one day. But yeah, same place, same time next week. So until then, you all stay safe, vape safe. We'll see you all very soon. Bye-bye.
See y'all.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.